Hello. Ah, what happened? Shit. Just a second.
종일 가만히 있으셔도 괜찮습니다. 다음과 좀 더 이야기하죠.
Oh my fucking god. My YouTube chat disconnected me for some reason. And it's fine. It's fine. Alright. There's new Olympus company content. Woohoo! So, we'll start by something simple. And that is using this for Faust. I hope this might be alright, because I actually ran out of these boxes. I need to grind more. You see, I have a lot of these stuff, but I just didn't grind recently. I do like maybe one run per day on average. Yeah, which is not enough. You see that I didn't even buy this, but I do want to buy the event stuff since you get bonus stuff and stuff. Also, it's Faust and I need Faust. Look at her. While there are numerous deficiencies and points of failure to this plan, Faust will hone it into utter unfailed perfection. Cool. So I think I'll do a new theme for this. Let's name it something cool, like story. And if I look at this, I did two mirror dungeons actually today. It's related to how I said I only do one per day. It's more like now I do manage to do like 2 per day, but I just didn't do them basically at all for some time. I only did like the 3 hard ones per week. Does it show me which identities have the bonus? Like these 3 only? I'm pretty sure that's not right. Huh. Alright. Well, I know all the W Corp does it. And yeah, I'll be using W Corp because I think it's thematically cool. Oh, I'll do Ego later. No, I shouldn't. I should do it at the same time. Yes, I will even use Telepo Faust instead of Fluisek, my beloved. I might fucking upgrade this. Because this is actually like pretty good ego, by the way. It's just that it never saw any use because W core Faust is not great. Oh wait, I was doing egos. I'll take the charge once, obviously. Hello. Thank you. Okay. Fuck. Don't thank you. I take that back. Take that back. Account created 7 minutes ago. Huh. Interesting. This. Oh, wait, I'm fucking up. Or charge, I won't, but it doesn't really matter. Fell bullet. Don't think I ever used that. I'm not taking identity from here, really, huh? I'll just take that because it has charge synergy. I don't know. I mean, this has probably some rapture synergy, and W Corp does rapture. Oh my fucking god. Thank you, Automod. Now I'm not sure if oh. Huh. Interesting. Here I can get you. You do something with charge, don't you? No, wait, you do something with sinking? No, okay. Blunt damage. Could I take from fish meals? I think base fish meal has pretty solid thing, right? Ah, okay, maybe not. She's probably not very great. And you are not very great. Huh. No, wait, you maybe do something with charge? I think you do more something with tremor, right? Yeah, tremor. Oh, you are probably also tremor. Blunt damage. I don't think W Corp does that much blunt. Wait, base Rodion is good, right? With support passives. Isn't she? That's really nice. Or at least nice. This is also good, since W Corp does a bunch of slashes. At least the strongest skills are slash always. But I think base is just better. Oh, this is probably something with burn. Such a cool identity. Oh wait, this is a good passive, right? Yeah. Simply I heard this, what is it called? Los Mariachis Chefe Sinclair does at least one good thing, and that is his support passive. The thread is rough. I don't have anything. What does it even do? How do you consume 40 charge? That doesn't make much sense. Why does it consume up to 40 charge? Gives 1% for every, but the max for this is 30%. Huh. I mean, it does make sense, but not really. You did something with charge, no? Oh. No. Oh no, this is definitely not it. I'll just get this Gregor for some heals, I don't know. Okay, now let's go level you up. Actually, first let's update you. The contract target has been taken care of. The meticulous preparation for this contract expedition has certainly done something. Now we're getting some story. Several noises are present at the child's desk. Sounds of fingers tapping on the keyboard and pen tips scratching against the paper. Among Us? Them. A fixer armed with prosthetics nervously approached the child and presented a set of documents before her. The child took them with one hand, barely paying any attention to the fixer. Your budget proposal has been reviewed, but several points of necessary adjustments have also been identified. Yes, ma'am. The fixer shuddered a little, treading her next words. While this child was generally of a gentle disposition, she was very strict when it came to documents and numbers. It barely mattered how many times the office employees reviewed, proofread, and meticulously checked every little detail in their reports for typos and miscalculations. They could never stand proudly in front of this perfectionist child as they presented their reports to her. And just as the fixer has dreaded, the child stops and loads up numerous data graphics on her monitor even before moving past the first few pages of the document. It feels necessary to note that the purposes of this contract expedition extend beyond the contract itself. A part of it is expanded to the office's partnership via business meetings with T Corp, and the other is to attend investors' conferences to establish partnerships with new trading workshops. Ah, yes, actually, I did take that part into account when setting out budget. I made sure to prepare more than enough funds to. It appears that each participant in this expedition is universally assigned a 24-hour day budget. However, each participant must be assigned hours specifically tailored towards their roles in this expedition. Please note that we will be meeting with workshops of varying wealth brackets, some located within nests, some located in the back streets. Oh. Research the average daily hours for T Corp upper class and backstreet inventors. And you have neglected to include a list of workshops that the office seeks to visit. The fixer flows in place. If it weren't for his perfection prosthetic eye, he would have been constantly squealing his eyes shut, cringing at each pointed criticism she made. Most of the office contracts have been with B Corp, so your ignorance of T Corp's idiosyncrasies, what a word, is understandable and expected. What is impressive is Faust's knowledge, which lies far beyond any average metric. The child briefly glanced at the fixer before saying some very unreassuring words of reassurance, but she also pointed to a part of the document before complimenting his work. It was her own way of giving him a carrot after the series of sticks she just delivered. Using the warp train is an acceptable suggestion, however. Set apart a week for our schedule and contact the 7 Association to conduct on-site surveys. Do not forget to verify that information yourself, of course. Just as the fixer was about to respond, she motioned him to stop. And after a long contemplation, she began. Expand the warp train budget. Ma'am, that budget is more than enough. W Corp is running a promotion for economy class tickets, so she knows. Faust knows. That would normally be the case, indeed. However, the child gazes into the air for a moment before closing her eyes to think. She does that often when she's trying to understand something that's not so easily understood. I may be traveling in a first-class seat instead. Seriously? The fixer raised all four of his hands, surprised by her request. The child looked away from the documents at the fixer's overreaction. She glared at him, her eyebrows lowered with a look of perplexed disdain. Is there a problem with that? No, it's just unexpected. I just thought you would consider a first-class seat a waste of money. Like, what's the use of all that luxury and immense budget if you only get to enjoy it for just 10 seconds? That's horribly inefficient. On that, I do agree, however. Oh well, it's how it is. I do not quite understand what the guy sell shaft is thinking. Shaft? Are you feeling shafted by something, boss? No, it's nothing. In any case, update the proposal as per my request and place it on this desk by tomorrow morning. If you believe that it's too much workload for you to handle within a day, wake up Mr. Heathcliff from his workday nap and ask him to assist you in proofreading the document. Heathcliff, wake up. Yawn. Yeah, what? And please tell him to get himself a cup of coffee or any substance of the light from the break room. Yes, ma'am. As the fixer dragged the sleepy child to the break room, the child rose from her seat and slowly walked to the windows. Past the full glass window is a view of numerous tall buildings emblematic of the northern architecture. On the street are people so far and so small, almost ant-like in the child's eyes, busily walking through their daily lives. The child sips on her cup of coffee as she reviews the adjusted plan, taking into view so that she could perfect the plan even further using Faust's knowledge. And the meticulously crafted plan began paying off almost as soon as the contract began in earnest. How's that arm still intact? We hit them with the explosives. We've been informed that the T-Corp's backstreet syndicates often make use of inventions of more explosive variety. Model 40Y3, specifically crafted to withstand high levels of heat and shock, was indeed a good choice of gear for this contract. The child's prosthetic eye had already finished mapping out the interiors of the dark warehouse. Just as she identified the trajectory of the bomb and where it flew from, she rushed forward and casually swung the two great swords attached to her prosthetic arms. And in a slash, their supposed leader head was separated from his body. The henchmen began charging towards her, and the prosthetic fixers with swords and spears. That was all. What? Am I reading correctly? The henchmen began charging towards her and the prosthetic fixers with swords and spears, but it was all a useless struggle. Yeah, I can't read. Or have reading comprehension or stuff. Whenever they managed to break their arms, the fixers would simply replace them with new ones. Let us move a little faster. We have a business meeting scheduled in 2 hours. It wasn't long before every single one of the syndicate's henchmen were on their ground. However, the child did not even spare a moment to celebrate and instead walked towards one of the doors of the massive warehouse that the syndicate was guarding. A lamp that returns scholar. I have never seen one this bright and large. Now the impressive magnitude of this contract sum seems more reasonable. Just as soon as the door swung open, the sepia-toned room immediately began filling with brilliantly varied colors. That spectacular scene was enough to catch the attention of the fixers as well, who were finishing off the remaining syndicate henchmen. This thing is massive. I don't know if we have enough collective horsepower to, Oi, boss lady, do we really have to deliver this ourselves? Of course not. The Deviates Association has already been contracted and informed that we would like for them to deliver this item to our client. When the hell did you... never mind. This scuffle wasn't as exciting as I thought it'd be. Right? I thought we'd struggle because we're all out of our element here at T-Corp's back streets. A grin on the nigh unnoticeably sly arc appeared on her lips as she proudly crossed her arms together. The office fixers responded with that of unmitigated respect. This can all be attributed to Faust's meticulous and flawless plan that eliminates all uncertainties and variables. And your contributions were also of some help, however minuscule that they may have been. She did not forget to impart a few words of encouragement, fashioned in her very own unique way of delivering them. Love, Faust. shit.
정보 훈련은 다음으로 미루려 합니다. 오히려 지금은 혹시 빠졌던 사실은 없었는지
15 should be enough.
공부하는 것이 좋겠네요.
It is, right? Am I doing math correctly? Yep. The thing is, I won't be able to upgrade Heathcliff immediately after I get him. Okay, so what does she actually do? Consume 5 charge to gain power +2. That's solid amount of charge. I mean, that's quite good for skill 1. Like, a solid amount of gun power for... Yeah. That rolls 15. With... If you have the charge, which is good, I think, right? Depends on how fast she can gain the charge, but in Mirror Dungeon, which is where I will use her the most, will be fine. At 5 to 9 charge count, consume some amount of HP to raise charge to 10. Consume 10 charge count to gain coin power +2. At 3 resonance, including this skill, consume all charge count on self and deal plus some % more damage for every charge count consumed by this skill. Max 180%. This is good, I like this. You know, my problem with charge is basically that there is a cap. Which in Mirror Dungeons, which again is the thing I play the most, because, I mean, everyone does, I would say, who actually plays this game semi-actively. Yeah. So basically, if you get at like 20 charge, you don't really do anything anymore. It doesn't do much more normally. So with this, it does something, if you have resonance as well. What was the other thing I want to say? Yeah, because with like Rupture, in Mirror Dungeon, if you are like at floor 5 on the hard difficulty, and playing Rapture team, it's not hard to stack 99 Rapture on an enemy. You can just kinda do it. But, and then it's really strong, but with Charge there's nothing like that, and that's boring. And Rapture isn't even that good of an example, I think. Well, I guess it's a good example, whatever. Skill 3. Okay, gun power for every charge, max +4. That's... I like this! I like this. So +4 would be 7. Every coin would be 7. So that's 32. So that's like standard. Skill 3 for charge unit. Not really, but yeah. Envy fragility is good because, you know, charge units use envy often. Gain charge +5 charge count. Interesting. At 3+ charge, deal 8% more damage for every charge. Max 40%. Inflicts envy fragility. At 2+ charge, inflict another envy fragility. Cool. Gain 4 charge count 2 times per turn. Sure. Alright. I think we're going to actually play the game now. I would like to finish this today. That's like the plan. And I will try my best. But I do have, morning shift tomorrow. But also the thing is, if I don't finish today, I don't really have chance to finish effectively. Since I'm leaving tomorrow, I'm returning on Monday. I don't know, like, I might be able to stream on Monday. I will return quite late. Like, not extremely late, but I don't think I will be feeling like streaming after traveling for God knows how long. Like 6 hours. And then on Tuesday I have morning shift. After that you can stream, but it's not ideal. Or no, it's more like I'm lazy. And then I have 2 afternoon shifts when I definitely can stream. Then I have night shift and I can stream easily. Night shifts are the best. Except the fact that it always messes up my sleep schedule. Anyways, let's play the game. Oh. Yeah, I have all of these in my team except W Corp Faust, since I have multi-crack Faust. She's so hot. Alright, how did this happen? First we boarded the warplane to get to our next destination, P Corp. Got into our fancy first class. Woo! Flesh-free hibernation capsules, and we were supposed to arrive at P Corp after a quick blink of an eye, but... Dante, please respond. There's... The first thing I saw when my visions returned was the perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. Then I realized that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train, which could only mean that we are now stranded in some lost unknown dimension. Dante, I understand your considerable degree of disorientation, but what? What the hell happened? First things first, let's rewind and return to the very start of this highly unfavorable situation we find ourselves in. A few days ago. Our next destination is to a warp train, Dante. What? Yep, that's where it all started. That I was still perplexed at the incidents at T-Corp, with my awful idea of cleaning the air by asking Vergilius for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring. Verily, I must have misheard thee? I'm certain you heard me right, Don Quixote. We are now en route to the T-Corp warp train station. The warp train station must have some conundrum that must be resolved there indeed. A quest that must be swiftly addressed at the station, yes? Did the distortion pop up at one of the warp platforms or something? I see that you are now significantly less disinclined to take on some side jobs, but no. We are boarding the warp train to get to P Corp. End of story. There's nothing between the lines, so don't try reading into it. I think they know. It was only natural that the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective dumbfounded shock. I mean, I think they kinda... Oh, right. Yeah, they talked about this on, I think, at some previous somewhere. I don't remember. But they know what happens in W Corp thanks to having W Corp identities, right? None of the sinners have any history of working at W Corp, but we are actually taking that train? What vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the warp train operations. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their own sense is usually ended up being pretty helpful, more often than not. I've been sharing more of these as of late. Give me just a second. I can't read as always. Am I streaming? Yes, I am. Cool. Though I have a very dim, if present at all, recollection from the time during which I wear the identities. It can be determined from the conversation recorded between the manager and the identities that the mechanism behind Warp Train's operation can be deemed as somewhat bizarre and inefficient. Oh yeah, it's that 10-second trip that actually takes a long time, alright? And when the train reaches the destination, they just wipe the passengers' memories. I also heard that the passengers get so tired and weary that they start literally ripping and tearing into one another. Sounds like I might finally have a chance to see a masterpiece with my own eyes. Even when the sinners wear the identities through my identity cards, the identities, memories, or beliefs don't breathe into them once it's over and done with. I remember when Faust explained that, due to the risks associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to intentionally block them from reaching the sinners. That's why the sinners could use the identities to some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. But it also meant that they wouldn't retain any new information that each identity had to offer. That's why I keep a record of some things that sound particularly important and sometimes share it with the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communications are one-sided, but I had an abundance of W Corp identities. 7. So it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. Also, 5 of them is 3-0 identities. Is that right? I think that's right. But maybe ignorance really is a bliss. Your alarm response and possible incompliance have already been accounted for. Faust? Then thou hast known this all along? Wherefore hast thou not denied to tell me of this? Faust has indeed known this all along, as no knowledge is out of Faust's reach, as expected. A solution of your dilemma has already been prepared. I seriously doubt your solution involves not getting on the train, so what is it? The bus. Oh, what about this bus? There's no way this thing fits inside the train car. Karen vetoes too. No one to feed Mappy when Karen's gone. Feed. Yeah. Oh yeah. Miss Faust. The rearmost tail cars of warp trains are all freight cars. That's all. That is where Mephistoteles will be safely fastened and transported. And the LCB will have the benefit of boarding the first-class passengers as first-class passengers. The bus began to swell with noise again, though in a slightly different air to the alarm response from earlier. First-class passengers? What? The seats for those pompous stuffs? Even on normal trains, you have got those sorts whose proudest accomplishments in life is planting their asses in first-class seats. while others are cramming themselves into freight cars because they haven't the cash for even an economy ticket. That's fun. It reminds me of how I'll be traveling through train tomorrow. Hey, don't look at me. I've never been in one of those first class seats before either. Isn't the ticket for a single first class seat like an as expensive as 3-4 months salary of a first year Wings employee? Can our budget really handle paying for all of our fares? The company's budget is not a subject that warrants your concern. I heard first class passengers get some cool bonus stuff like personalized private capsules or something, don't they? That's the promotional launch language, yes. But the flesh freeze hibernation capsules, to be precise, they are, like, reading is difficult. They have been designated to easily withstand the true amount of time it takes for the warp train to travel from point A to point B. The trip will be over in a blink of an eye for the passengers. The company's regard for our well-being is unfamiliar yet welcome. To be provided such extravagance merely for our comfort, such occurrence is quite seldom. Right? I honestly thought they were going to slip just the guide and Charon into the first class seats and ship the rest of us in the economy cars. This seems like an unnecessary luxury. They should have just saved their budget and given only the executive manager and their loyal advisor access to these seats. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're taking a train to get to our next mission, alright? We have to think about the unique nature of warp trains and prepare ourselves accordingly. Right? I know it's first class and all, but warp trains are just plain creepy. I knew you'd also be worried about. For example, economy passengers are going to have a hard time getting into first class car if they can even attempt to open it. I mean, I'm pretty sure the door separating the cars is ironclad. Ishmael, who'd been holding that first class promotion pamphlet in her hand for a while, was chattering on with fire in her eyes. We won't even have to lift a finger. We just have to board the train, get into our capsules, shut our eyes, and snooze through the entire ride until all that mess in the other cars blows over. I heard they used to give our commemorative merch back when their finances went in the gutter and... Oh. A true adventure is not without hardships, yet even the most exalted of heroes cannot venture without respite. And in very rare occasions, a hero may even deign to select a first-class seat to rest in place of quaint inn. Indeed. Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. I could sense that there was a growing consensus among us, the sinners, that even the warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant that they could ride in the first class seats. I will board the train if I must. If first class seat mandatory, I prefer the scenic route. Don't want to miss out on all the fun. Virgios pretended to not hear Yoshi's question. Very well then, I assume that we are all in agreement. Let's go. I have a matter of great import to discuss with thee. What is it? Out with it, lass. Beating around the bush ain't like you. Don carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice. That is, in the first class seats. I have heard tell that we must board with our feet freed from our boots. Doth that claim hold water? Oh, come on now. What kind of nonsense gossip is this coming from this time? 'Tis no gossip, forsooth. I have overheard aught from those we have walked past here today. And when one of them inquired, "You know that you gotta go barefoot in first class, right?" The other responded with, "Of course, man. What am I, stupid?" Did the traveler speak through fish meal? Don't ask me. I've never been on one of those before either. I don't remember seeing anything like that on the pamphlet. Give me a sec. I mustn't be separated from Rocky Nante. Not even for a twinkle. I shan't toss Rocky Nante to the side next to such vulgarities like the ugly shoes of Sir Heathcliff. Or you little... I implore thee, O illustrious red gaze, pretty, grant me thy permission and allow me to board with Rocky Dante. I expected Vergilius to answer with his usual separated rebuff. By this time he responded in somewhat serious, if tainted by that familiar annoyance tone. Fine, keep your shoes on. Okay, we're boarding the train. This place is huge. That was my first impression of the warp train station. Oh, so this is... Dawn shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rociante. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them? I've got nothing. I know anything about what they are asking? Heathcliff asked, gesturing towards South with his chin. Every warp train station has been built with a general design philosophy that draws them from respective nest architecture idiosyncrasies. It can also be said that many critics in relevant fields praise the warp train stations as one of the many culture cornerstones of the city. I have no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating Mersault like a walking encyclopedia from time to time. Mersault, young Mersault. How old is Dawn? Well, in the book he's in his 40s. I know that because I read the book. I didn't read the book, but I read the book. I am reading the book. No. I read the book. Law, is this passenger over yonder one from the west? Incorrect. Leather-based clothing and metal armor are predominant fashion trend, often visible in the outfits of the Western population, while the individual glove-based style is somewhat ambiguously observed through the population of North and South. They are largely considered to be as Eastern fashion trend, rarely seen among us Western. Pretty slow thyself, for I must take a record of directors. What is this? This is the second time I hear her use it. Pretty. Let me Google Translator. Oh, it's just... It can mean please, I guess.
Prithee, prithee,
Pretty.
prithee,
Pretty.
prithee,
Pretty.
prithee.
Right, please slow thyself, for I must make a record of directors. What wisdom does thou have to impart regarding the fashion of the northern region? I have once espied in a magazine that there are garbage in loose-fitting outfits, understandably so given the colder climate of the region. An opportunity for a first-hand observation stands before you. Whoa! Ah! 3 seconds of screaming duet, one of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration. What the shit? You nearly blew out my eardrums. You're the one to talk. Dude, I've got an audible frequency range explosion implant in my eardrums. Holy shit, man. Audible. Now get the hell out of my way. You're blocking the walkway like a ragtag band of hicks who've never even seen a warp train before. Damn it. I take the train all the way here for an expedition only to lose my target. And now these assholes are trying to blow out my eardrums. Great, just great, I love this. Guys, is it that obvious that we have never been on a warp train before? And the target fee came straight out of my damn pocket. Whoa, watch out, big fella. Someone might get seriously hurt if you keep swinging those 4 arms around, each holding a weapon to boot. Pretty... Wilt thou stand still for but a moment to satisfy a few inquiries of mine regarding thy outfit? Oh yes, stand in absolute stillness for 5 minutes and I... Seriously? The fixer with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming out of a different platform. Ah, indeed, this city of sundry odd personalities. I'm pretty sure he was thinking the same thing. I guess the city really is full of people with full body prosthetics. That's when Virgil slowly walked up to the group. Well then, we'll rendezvous? That's not how you read it. At the destination. Huh? Will the illustrious Red Gaze not ride alongside us? W Corp policy demands that those with the title of Cholera must board the train specially prepared for them instead. That makes sense, I think. Oh, are you like riding the first class plus or something? That's okay for you, I guess. Special treatment from the wing no matter where he goes. Karen wants to go back to Mephi. Mephi will be lonely. Already told you why you can't, Karen. The 3 separate occasions in which I bought you those multi-flavored candies. Humans are not allowed aboard the freight cars. Then Miss Faust. Yes. Virgils, after exchanging a knowing look and a nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Karen away. Dante, let us proceed this way. We followed Faust's guidance to entrance of our train car. Damn. They've got a color inside those cars. Whoa. I guess it's a first class seat. Our colors are starting to come back. Oh. Hey, these must be the fabled complimentary food and drinks of the first class seats. Heck yeah. Of course, quality stuff like these gotta be included with that insane pricing. The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive looking sizable capsules. Flesh freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flesh. Faust, are these flesh freeze hibernations devices safe? Please elaborate on your exact definition of safe. These things are supposed to freeze us solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that? Well, other people's did before. A flash freeze hibernation device will put you in a temporary state of death caused by rapid cellular cryopreservation process. However, the rapidity of the process prevents damage to your cell walls during the phase change. Therefore, in most normal cases, this will not cause any issues. So it will cause an issue. Faust is aware that the model has fully resolved cell wall breaching issues caused by cryogenic density change by or density change or by ice crystal growth of hydrogen molecules. I missed about half of what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right? Yes, as far as Faust is aware, even if an issue were to arise during the journey, because everyone will be reverted to their states at the beginning of the train trip upon arrival, there won't be any lasting complications from the said problem. Oi, you've got some real talent in dragging out something so simple as, yeah, it's safe, to so many words, seriously. Indeed, as Faust's talents are not limited to singular field. Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Wait, there was something odd about the way she phrased that. As far as Faust is aware, are you saying that it could be wrong? As a general rule, Faust does not however, Faust is also not a divine being. Faust does not err. There are certain information in the world that Faust is yet to have access to. Therefore, while Faust might speak the facts, what is said may not always align with the truth. Okay. They don't call first class for nothing, I guess. Peacock's way up there in the northernmost corner of the city. But this thing will take us there in the blink of an eye, huh? That's one hell of a time saver. Well, 10 seconds is not blink of an eye. I can blink like at least 10 times in 10 seconds, most likely more. Hua hua hua. Prepare thyself, Rocky Nante. Thus begins the long chant. Oh, I've been meaning to ask, Don. Do ya ever, wash those shoes? Where did that come from, Rodia? No, I mean, like, think back to when we were inside that whale. When that whale blew up, we got all kinds of its gross, slimy bits on us. They were on our clothes, our shoes, everything. Yeah. And do you remember how much work it took us to clean our bloodied, fishy, fleshy, ganked clothing? This really isn't something I want to revisit, but yeah. Right? And you also remember how Dawn never took her shoes off during that whole ordeal? Okay, I guess they do look a bit filthy. I ask the dear compatriots, hast thou ever witnessed an errant knight who leaves the side of their beloved steed? You don't have to leave them to clean them up. Can't say I've ever witnessed a knight before, though. Then thou shalt know, starting now, behold it, hearken to it, and remember it all. They never quiet down, do they? Whoa, have you been on one of these outs? I have been treated to premium VIP seats of a similar grandiosity back when. This is nothing to fuss over. Attis, who was sitting there and shaking her legs, suddenly asked Faust a question. Hey, you're confident that no accidents ever occurred on one of these first-class cars, yes? In order to prevent cases of unnecessary anxiety and misgivings among the sinners, the history of accidents that has occurred aboard farm trains will not be shared. Was there, like, some puppeteering incident or something? Wait, what the... Beep. Oh, I think we are leaving soon. This is the warp train. PW612. They missed their chance to make it 617. Bound to P Corp. Boarding period is ending soon. The sinners are who were either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first class car suddenly became a lot busier. Then let us hurry and enter our capsules before it's too late. Oh no, why isn't this... The other sinners made it into their capsules. No problem, but I felt like I was the only one who's fumbling. Is it anxiety, Dante? I think so. Initiating warp in 10 minutes. Allow me to assist you. Stand as though you are leaning back and... kind of... I found it just kind of funny. I know that's not the point, really. But that the warp trains take like 10 seconds, but you have to be there at least 10 minutes basically in advance anyways. I mean, it's still extremely fast, I assume. I don't know how big the city is for it to actually matter compared to other forms of transformation, but they never really, you know, talk about other means of transportation, except I guess buses. I don't know, maybe I'm missing something. I mean, it's still fast. It's just something funny I thought I'd mention. Faust expertly guided me into the capsule as though she'd done something like this before, then pressed a button inside the capsule that closed the hatch. Do not worry too much. We will meet again in but a moment, Dante. I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything. Initiating warp. Please confirm that your seatbelts are firmly fastened. The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust clamping into her own capsule opposite of mine. I had no idea then what she really meant, but we will meet again in but a moment. Dante, you must wake up, Dante. I heard this fun theory or whatever. That Faust will lose access to other Fausts while in the train, so we'll see. That would be interesting, I think. But one thing I knew for sure was... inconceivable situation has occurred. That something was seriously gone wrong. I can't read. What has gone wrong? We're here already? Wow, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It really happened in a blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of an emotive expression, which I suppose is why I didn't immediately register that something had gone awry. No, we are not yet at our destination. Huh? When I finally came to, and after I had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked at her face once again and realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by macroscopically minuscule degree. So this train is still running? Yes. Then where are we? I believe we are currently stranded in unidentified dimension, coordinates unknown. I took a reflexive deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see. But I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation. I think that's exactly what won't happen. But this is all just a part of your plan, right, Faust? That was an unusually long silence from Faust. You're half correct, yet half incorrect. With that, Faust left me floundered in a chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners. Ah, we are here already? Man, it really happened in the blink of an... No. Oh, what's this? We are here already? For real? It really happened in the blink of an... No. Whoa, we are here already? I guess it really was worrying over nothing. No. Oh. No. Yet I have not uttered a single word. There was a brief cheer, a little hooray about regaining our colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, loaded silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out in about 10 consecutive occasions. Dante, I understand your confusion. However, perhaps an elaboration of our present circumstance is necessary. And that brings us to the present. Let me get this right. This train's still running, and we are drifting through some unknown dimension? That struck me as quite dramatic. Most importantly, are you saying that you already knew this would happen, Faust? Yes. Ha. What the hell is wrong with you, huh? The sinners each began to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Virgilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about events in our path. What, are you insane? It's not like we can just retreat or jump out of that door when the stuff hits the fan. We can try. Opening the door will result in nearly immediate destruction of the physical body. But hey, Fao, at least you know what to do like you always do. You've got a plan, right? Right? Faust, whom I had never seen at a loss of words, was having oddly long instances of silence. Huh? What's up with her? Les looks totally out of it today. She gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said something inconceivable's happened. The other sinner's anger was completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication is harming our trust in Faust. I trust her with everything I have. Alright, we're going to go over the situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust, and for good. And I doubt Faust had any ill intent in waking us up in the middle of the trip. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down. Then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it. And in the way that we'll all understand. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys? If you say so, I'll go along with it. Fine, I suppose losing my rarely ever did anything. Rarely ever did anything. Thank you then. After some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. The cause of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and an illegal decision from the higher-ups in Limbus Company. W Corp got wind of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions and decided to contract us to deal with a mysterious repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by distortion. After multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course, the distortions themselves likely did not pose a problem for W Corp based on the available information. It can be determined that they would have all been neutralized as soon as the train arrived, and any transformed passengers would have been reverted to their human forms. But the real issue was that the passengers were disappearing. Passengers spirited away. Alas, such is an impossibility aboard these trains. Is it not? That is the question for which we must discover the precise cause and effect of. Did W Corp share anything to get us started? That appears to be the most prominent cause of this misunderstanding. She explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about maintaining the secrets of their singularity. Maybe that's exactly why they sought us in an abstract business like Limbus Company to deal with this. Now that I think about it, we wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust proceeded what appeared to be keycard with the W Corp logo on it before continuing with her explanations. However, we were given the MasterCard keycard that can open and close the hibernation capsules at will. We may return to our respective capsules as soon as the contract is fulfilled and safely complete the rest of the journey as we had planned from the beginning. These bloody wings. Isn't there abnormality page like that? Bloody wings? Something like that, right? No? I don't remember. Every single one of them been absolutely barring me. I think it's a bit unkind of them to ask us to finish the puzzle without all the important pieces. At least at T Corp, their chief executive director tagged along as our assistant, not to mention kindly explaining so many new things to us. It sounds like Miss Faust was stuck between a rock and a hard place herself. Some sinners grew more receptive after her explanations, albeit with a sigh. I would have appreciated if you at least gave us a hint. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but it's not like there's someone out there monitoring your every move and every word, right? That is... But not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece. Next time I will take your inputs into account. And that's everything I can do for her. It's an undeniable truth that Faust has disappointed the sinners with what she's done. But she's Faust after all. I'm sure she has backup plans. Or backup plans to get us out of this situation. Or maybe she doesn't. So what's next on our agenda? Yeah, what's done is done, right? Besides, it's not like we've got to run away for thousands of years inside this metal box. That is something I must first discuss with Dante. Discuss? But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. What are we discussing, Faust? I recommend that you lower your voice from this point onward, Dante. Why are we whispering? Her secretive attitude only served to exacerbate my already battered sense of safety. My connection to Gesellschaft, Faust, has been severed. People on the Reddit were right. I'm sorry, what? I cannot access Faust's knowledge at the moment. I guess I was absolutely right to be anxious. Yeah. That's cool. This looks like a fight. But before doing that, I think I'll go grab a drink. So I will be right back. And I have returned. Hello, hi. Clear within 10 turns. I think I can do that. Total participants 12. Alright. Let me change the team then, I guess. Let's do everything charge.
네, 문제 없어요.
You don't have anything charged though, right? Oh, wait, yeah, you do. Dumbass. You don't have anything charged now, do you? Just get Philip, I like Philip. Okay, so
준비는 완료했습니다. 출발하죠. 출발함.
출근하겠어.
I think these will be the backups. So let's get more W Corp.
준비되었어요. 좋아.
어디 가는 왜 이래?
Something like this.
먼저 준비하고 있을게요.
정리 시간이다.
What do you mean you can't? I mean, it in the most literal sense. My access to Faust's input and information, which has always been readily available, is completely sewered. Oh, what if everything about the situation is something you don't have access to yet, like you said last time? One cannot completely dismiss that possibility, but even that is uncertain. Every answer Faust has given me was always full of confidence and methodical expertise. I don't think she'd ever said a sentence that was this full of speculations and doubt. Then, Faust, you are... Yes, at this moment I am limited to operating only with my knowledge. I cannot discern the cause of this disconnection. More than enough precaution have likely been taken in the case of interdimensional travel. But perhaps Faust did not take into account an occasion in which we may have to access an undefined dimension such as this, or even if it was taken into account, this particular dimension may not yet have been subject to cross-observation. If that is not the case, then No, never mind. There was nothing that suggested my connection to Faust would be lost, not even as we boarded the train. To be honest, this is a rather disagreeable situation for me. Alright, for now. Now that changes everything. I recalled the last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed, when Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay, this is just a minor setback, nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sight on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately after the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once we are off the train. And if we do ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We'll still have to work. We'll still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my clock, the sinners, and I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth. But that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded. Understood. And to the sinners, the fact that we are currently confined to Wharf Train in operation must be a source of enough stress. I believe that sharing Faust's current state with them would add an unnecessary source of tension. What? So wrecking this doll ain't gonna do anything? We're all going to bite it once it opens? How many times do I have to tell you that you're not even strong enough to break this door down? A billion years in this box, ha ha. Yeah, good idea. So what now? Do we have to take the searching sweep around each car or something? In the grand scheme of things, yes. Buzz cleared the air with the cough before continuing. By A-Corp's standard time scale, approximately 3 days passed since our departure. As per the contract between Nimbus Company and W Corp, I acquired the master keycard placed inside my capsule and adjusted the hatch settings to open automatically in 3 days. 3 days, huh? I feel like I just blinked and guess that's hibernation for you. As you were all informed prior to boarding, there is no way for the economy pass passengers to enter the first class car. That is why this place has remained untouched. However, cross-referencing my own deductions and W Corp's rather fragmented complimentary explanations, I can assume that the situation is currently under progress in the economic class cards. I assume it's still normal, right? 3 days in? I don't remember how it went in Library of Rena right now. Were people already panicking 3 days in? I think it would take at least like few weeks, right? But I don't remember. The part where they trash the shit out of one another, turning their limbs off, and that mess. Yeah, I feel like we didn't get that far right yet, no? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. No, I doubt that. I don't think it gets that bad in just 3 days. Besides, that's supposed to be business as usual for W Corp, right? There must be something else that's out of the ordinary that they want us to deal with. Precisely, in my option, it is... Oh, hold on. Hold that thought for but a moment. Just as Faust was about to continue, Dawn raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet. Dost thou hear out as I do? Screeching, nay, rapping, forsooth. Past the gate must be, As Dawn kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face. Is it possible that there must be, Lady Faust? After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads back to look at Faust, who closed her eyes briefly in thought. Please step aside for a moment, Dawn. It would be best if I observed it with my own eyes. With that, she produced a master key card from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door. Whoa, hang on a minute. You're going to open the door? I intend to follow your usual flavor of suggestion, Heathcliff. She sounds so different that there are times in which a physical altercation is preferable to detached rumination. Rumination? My suggestion? Well, I'm going to disagree with you there, but what's gotten into you, lass? After all, how could I deduce anything without seeing it myself? Bleep. After a brief mechanical bleep. Quack! Hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. What's that? Shit, that looks cool.
계획을 잊으셨나요?
Oh yeah, they did this, which is very cool, the staggered trash points. I saw that when I was playing on my tablet today at work. Oh, I didn't equip Ego for Merce out. Shit. Everyone else has Ego though. Okay, so they do bleed. They do a lot of bleed. Huh, interesting. Huh, cool. That sounds cool. That's like Chikan. Not really, but, you know, does something from Bleed on Self. Oh, that's really cool, actually. You have lifesteal and shit. Looks like I was successful since they all have fragile, meaning they all failed to deal any kind of damage.
공격 범위 확인.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
That was solid damage for not even having that much charge.
승객 무력화 확인. 승객 무력화 확인.
I should look at
한눈에 봤을 때는 불리해 보이긴
what's the difference for her between getting charge and charge count. Hello, hello, Arctic G Furry. How are you doing? Wait, how do I gain charge? Doing great, happy to hear that.
계획을
Is that a passive, possibly? Gain 1 charge every time these units consume 10 cumulative charge count in this encounter. At 2+ charge, deal charge times 3% damage, max 15%. If the target is at less than 50% HP, deal charge times 5% additional increased damage. Cool, cool. On kill this unit, and 2 allies with the least charge count gains charge count equal to charge plus 2. Max 5 fragile allies that consume or gain charge. Very cool. Nice passive. Like that. What's your support passive? When one ally with the least charge count kill an enemy, the ally gains plus 3 charge count once per turn. Prioritizes allies that consume or gain charge. Cool, cool. You have the charge team. I do have a charge team.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Who's the dual blade ones? You mean the new Faust? That's Faust. Yeah, she was released today with the event.
공간을 뭉갠다. 제압 완료. 승객 복원 준비.
처리했습니다.
Is this the event or a mirrored simulation? It's event. Lady Faust, however, similar in appearance. They may have been to the passengers, were lit is as though they were in complete want of sense. Like people piledified by the whale. Dawn hesitated until the last minute before raising her weapon to fight them. She hangs her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began, and she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies and the general area for information. You appear particularly inquisitive today, Miss Faust? Huh, yeah. Aren't you usually the one who has all the answers while we are wrecking our brains trying to come up with something? Listeners were starting to feel that there was something off about Faust's behavior. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust right now. Done. They are not dead. Huh? Observe closer. The parts are all tethered to one another by something, are they not? I'm more confused on how they got into the warp train. Want me to recap, or do you plan to play with yourself? I can do a small recap. I kinda just started. It's actually very, very fast recap anyways. Oh, it appears that the flow of time has ceased in this space. Therefore, it follows that the connections that tether tethered bodies to life and away from death remain intact. To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Hey, what I'd say? We got this. Huh? What was that about? Oh, nothing. But I'd forgotten that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us. I'm okay not knowing, okay. The flow of time is ceased aboard the warp train, is it? Yisan grew pensive, seeing that Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. Not gonna lie, I only experienced this event when it showed up as one of my packs in Mirror Simulation. Yeah, I was playing Mirror Dungeons earlier today, and I got the packs, but I didn't click on them because I wanted, you know, to experience it for the first time during the actual event, the story. But yeah, I saw the packs. It's kind of weird that they can even appear before you finish the event. Well, probably not. I assume there's a lot of the story packs that can actually appear before you finish the story. I just never really experienced it before because I normally do the story right as it releases. How wait? Would it not be more accurate to muse that the flow of time has decelerated to the point where to an extra dimensional observer it has slowed to a stop? What is your perspective regarding this suggestion? It was my final pack and somehow I survived it. Good luck. Good job. Good job. Not good luck, that's a different thing. Yes, there's most rational suggestion, he's saying. Did Mr. Faust just get something wrong? Wow, he's saying sure is the time expert, right? Can you summarize it in easier language now that we're talking about it anyway? Oh, so you just started playing Limbus, I assume? That's cool. Gladly, if you would allow me. Isang began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. That was close. To speak in brevity, it can be said that death is not an element aboard this train. And can I maybe speak in a little less brevity? Yeah? Cool. Hope you like it. To elaborate. Verily, this one's heart beats still. Dawn lowered her head and listened closely to what appeared to be dismembered torso and shouts with relief. Their state is akin to an unassembled jigsaw puzzle, merely immobilized and separated. Though their corpus has been sundered, the concept of death is at a state of, for all intent and purposes, eternal delay aboard this train, existence in continuance of moratorium. I'm sitting in Canto 3, and I grind some threads to get up to 2 and 3. I see. Well, I finished pretty much everything except this event that released today. But, well, you have the best still in front of you, so look forward to that. Forced, they are, to be tethered upon the tiniest yet tenacious threads of life. I ill understood what had been said here, yet they are not dead at all the same, It's if their severed parts are all connected, then it can be said that no matter how entangled their bodies become, it is not impossible to eventually gather their parts together to form a single passenger. Yeah, right. I'm 3 star IDs new. Cool, cool. Which one do you have if you want to share? Thus, naturally, we can determine how and why the profession W Corp cleanup agent has come to be. I see, because someone will have to categorize and reconstruct these puzzles once the journey is over. It is really baffling to me that a job like that even exists. Ever seen a wing that wasn't baffling in every sense of that word? Still, I guess that means that as long as the train arrives at the station, they will all be put back together like nothing happened. From what I learned through the W Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. It's a lot more visceral than when I have to look at it in person. Phew, that is quite auspicious news among all tidings, ill tidings indeed. Sector 4 Gregor, Sector 4 Director Sinclair, and W Corp, the second last sinner, Autis, okay. W Corp Autis is really good. You kinda need other W Corp units to get her full potential, but I think she's good even on her own. At least solid. Sector 4 Gregor, I think you mean wait. Sector 4 or of what exactly? Wait, let me... Is that Zvei? If I look at Gregors... all my Gregors... yeah, Zvei Association South Section for Gregor. It's the best tank one, I think. Well, it kinda depends on what you consider best tank. He can tank well, that's for sure. And for Director Sinclair, it's really good. That's what's it called? I know which one that is. The one with the sword, right? Am I correct? Yeah, Tsing. I forgot the association name. That's a really good one. So those are pretty good first units, I would say. Have you played like Library of Runap before, or LobCorp? Or is Limbus your first Project Moon game? Strong shield, fast die, tons and debuffs. Yeah, I mean, I guess he's good. I just never used him because he doesn't really have a specialty, really. Which, yeah. Also, tanks kinda don't do that much late game. And by late game, I mean... what's the thing called? You know, that thing, right? Reflection Railway, because there you kinda just have to go fast. So you kinda just get as much DPS as you want. Love Court for my first, Limbo second. Ah, cool. Library third. Cool. I love all those games, except the fact that I also hate all of them, but that's fine. It's included with me that Faust was with some effort trying to do as I watched Dawn sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Dawn up in her own way. The other Faust would not find it even necessary to do something like that. Dante. Huh? What's up? Oh, time to whisper, right? Indeed, I intend to collect further intelligence. Well, if there's anything I can tell you... Faust cast a dark gaze towards the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained... Lobotomy Corp is unforgiving? Yeah, it was rough. Like, I really enjoyed the game, but I never want to play it again. Yeah. I also think it would kinda lose a lot of the charm if I played it for the second time, because one, you know the story, but also you know what the abnormalities do. Which kinda means, you know, it's kinda like the fun part. What I really enjoyed about the game is finding out what the abnormalities do and how to work with them. So if I already know how to work with them, what to be careful about and stuff, then it's just not as fun in my opinion. I'm just clearing out unknowns before prepping for the first core suppression. Have you tried modded roster? No, I haven't. I guess, you know, if I modded the game, I would again have that fun of observing new stuff. Maybe once, but I definitely don't feel like replaying that game right now. But again, I really like the game. It's just not a game I feel like replaying. Faust cast her dark gaze towards the chunk of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered. Are they distortions or abnormalities? Oh yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that's for sure. From from them, I feel the same sensation I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable, an unclear sensation or an aura. I'm a bit curious, what does challenge mode do? It's like... you can basically just continue from after level 50 to... You mean in Love Corp, right? To like, I don't know if there's a limit actually, but you can basically just continue, do like further days. Like, yeah. Something inexplicable and unclear sensation on her aura. I felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of the sensation. It's basically New Game Plus. No, not really. But kinda. One thing I do know, it's not a new game, it's just Plus, I guess. One thing I do know for sure is that the sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even the peculata. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry, I don't think they are either of those. It is difficult to be certain at the moment. Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they are very, very similar to distortions, but also different. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess Faust doesn't know. Faust may know, but I, at this moment, have no way of knowing. I feel like I should apologize for that. There is no need, Dante. Though the information you have provided me is rather ambiguous, it has helped me deduce something of worth, and collecting intelligence myself and creating deductions based on sparse information is quite... She pauses, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands. Did she just smile to herself with gore in her hand? Phew, finally. The awakening has begun. I'm gonna go pass out now. Bye. Okay, enjoy. Enjoy being passed out.
보고서는 내가 작성해 둘 테니 다음 정류장에 휴식을 취하도록.
Do I have... I don't have this yet. I want multi-crack Heathcliff. Multi-crack office. Oh, I'm gonna meet multi-crack office, I guess. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we opened the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion. It sounds like are other survivors. All passengers in danger, worry not, for I have arrived to Elg. This person kinda has Angela haircut. Whoa, don't come any closer. Who the hell are you guys? A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path. She appeared without warning. Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapping by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away. Slap, not slapping, can't read. I really like multi-crack of its design so far. This looks cool. Right, like you gave me any warning before you practically kicked that door open. Would you mind moving that huge sword out of our faces? It's a bit disconcerting, threatening. I'm just trying to protect those civilians in the car. Also, is that a bioprosthetic? Must be an old-timer, huh? Though those things went out of style forever ago. I thought those things went out of style forever ago. Oh, you wanna see what this old-timer's got left in him? Aha, the art from the north, verily? Thy garb is that of nonturness, no? This really ain't the time, lass. Anyways, it looks like we're in the same mess here. Make way for us, yeah? She seemed to be sizing us up with for a moment. Nah, how do I trust you? For any proof that you ain't, bitten. I'm not gonna let all my efforts protecting this place go to waste. So they bite like zombies, I assume? Bitten? The bloody hell are you talking about? Weird. You look completely lost. If you were one of the economy cars, I'm sure you have seen... Hold on. Are y'all from the first class car? Yeah, we just woke up from our capsules. But none of you look very... and first class seats supposed to be... Well, why didn't you say you're so from the get-go? Name's Sasha, multi-crack office rep. Hey, Sasha. With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass. Have you... not left this car for the duration of the ride, Sasha? Oh, no, I haven't. We warped over to T-Corp after picking up on their contracts. But, geez, can ya believe that this train broke down? Shit, it is even broken. Is it even broken? I'm not feeling hungry or sleepy at all. It stinks of some shady bullshit, if you ask me. You can feel all that even in a prosthetic body? Man, how could I live without my favorite hobby, drifting into a sweet nap after a pleasant meal? No, I made sure to get high-quality parts for them, so I can still feel hungry and sleepy. Hasn't something else of note also occurred? You bet your ass did something else of note go down. How distracting. Is it hard for you to speak without being so hyper? Fuck off, Autis. I like Sasha. I also like Autis. Or at least stop swinging your arms around like that. Can't do that, friend. I broke all my prosthetics arms in a fight. So I'm calibrating a new set. Gotta keep swinging them in if I want them to sync up with the other parts anytime soon. Anywho, I don't know what the hell's going on, but people turning into some weird monsters all of a sudden. Haven't a goddamn clue as to who they are. Don't seem like they can understand us either. Good thing my train car didn't have a lot of those monsters. I just chopped what monsters there were to pieces and hauled the civilians to their vacant cars, to this vacant car. Sob. 3020, 3201 red colors. Ooh, red color! Is there Vergilius or is there Red Mist? 3202 red colors. Wow, there's a lot of fixers with color red, more than 2 apparently. You have decided to protect them despite the potential risk they may that they may transform as well. But of course, this expects the duty of any Valkyria's fixer to stand guard in the front lines against evil to protect the weak. I've been keeping a close eye on them for the last 3 days, and so far 0 transformations. Go past this car and you'll see what hell on earth really means. Those monsters are constantly trying to claw their way to the front of the train, so if you ask me, I'd wager that some shit went down there at one of the trains in the back, and it spreads like a wildfire till it reached here. I see. And that's all I can tell ya about the situation. So what's your story? Why do you rich first-class folk decide to suddenly grace us peasants with your presence? Nothing that's happening here could have made it to your swanky first-class cars. So what's your business down here? W Corp has hired us to solve this case. We are, fixers. Indeed, fixers. Faust wore a look of reluctant acceptance as she affirmed Don's declaration. Huh. They got every single one of you a first-class ticket? Your office must be rolling in the dough. Wait a goddamn second. So W Corp already knew that this would happen? But, are you really contracted to a wing? Not sure if I trust you. As you must be well aware yourself, contracts and contract fulfillments are of paramount importance for fixers. With that in mind, please recall that W Corp is one of the most secretive wings of the city. Ah, a non-disclosure agreement, huh? Makes sense. I wouldn't wanna deal with those Alfie boys either. Anyways, I'm still gonna have to ask for proof that you're actually contracted by W Corp. This is the master keycard given to us by W Corp. I believe that it can open most doors aboard this train. Faust produced a master... The second time I read proceeded as produced. The other way around. Produced as proceeded. Master keycard from her pocket. I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by W Corp. A keycard? So use this to open the path between the first class and the economy class car. Let's see, W Corp logo. Whoa, nice materials. Looks like you're telling the truth. Alright, I won't pry. Not like there's any cash in it for me either. So I guess you gotta go all the way down there for your job, huh? Yes. The fixer finally got out of our way, then with one of her free hands pointed towards the opposite door. Well, it's your funeral, ladies and gents. On your victory lap, if you guys are really that good, lots of luck to y'all. I thank thee for thy words of courage, Fixer Sasha. I shall trust thee with protection of this fortress. Protect the innocent in my stead. Vixis, are you a fixer? Are you going to save us from the monsters in the cars behind us? Huh? Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails. I have pursued. Whoa, are you a famous fixer? Forsooth, once again, thou mayest know me as a profoundly illustrious fixer. Whoa, I wanna be fixer too, just like you. Don't pester the lady. I'm sorry, she's my daughter and... Wahaha, Worry not thyself, 'tis no bother at all. Thou must dream of becoming fixer thyself, little squire. It is fortunate that someone like yourself is abroad to train. Your presence ensures that child's survival. What you're talking about all of a sudden? Come on, no need to keep up appearances between people in the same line of work. I'm just here to collect some sweet emergency contract fees from each and every one of them. Are you two on something or what? I see. I don't think Don needs to hear what she just said. Then no, you could be like that, Faust. Be like what? You knew there was no way the fixer was actually there to protect them out of pure goodwill, but you decided to go along with Don's delusional anyway, am I right? Good move. I was getting worried about what might happen if she started acting out again. You saw the twinkle in her eyes too, right, Don? Right? Don always been energetic, but she's been especially bouncy today. Eyes. Faust drove towards Sasha with a question. I have one last thing to inquire. It will be 30k per inquiry. That's quite an unsound decision to make for someone who claims to be in the same line of work as us. Have you considered the possibility that once our contract is successfully complete, we would include references to a particularly cooperative associate office in our report to W Corp? Whoa, you serious? Well then, let me hear it. Were the eyes of the monsters you faced red by any chance? Sasha paused her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered. I don't know. It was pretty hectic battle in a narrow hallway, so I don't have a wherewithal to get a good look at their eyes. Is it something important? Well, for one, my prosthetic eye is red. The passenger over there's got red eyes. Oh, you there. The lady with the big sword is also, the lady with a big sword's also got red eyes. What, is someone out there paying cash for info on red eyes or something? No, well, it was a question of no significance. Faust nodding lightly in her direction, then opened the door to the next car. Whistle. I wonder if this sounds awful on the stream. Maybe I should stop. It was just as we had feared. The scene was that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of Painting of Hell. Hell's screen? Painting of Hell. Oh.
정리 작업 시작합니다.
Wonder if I can win.
결국은 나약한 자들이나 듣고 싶어하는 위안일 뿐입니다. 정보팀은
충전 기능
조금 더
점검.
가치 있는 걸
They should fix how the auto battle works with The skill freeze, I think. At least with Ryoshu and Don.
출력 최대치.
약점을 잘 찌른 것 같네요.
응원도
Oh no, this one dealt some damage
싶어하는
to
위안을
Don, apparently.
정보팀은
눈에
조금 더
새겨줄
가치 있는 걸 추구하는 고수 아니겠습니까?
No, that person dealt damage to Faust.
승객 무력 확인.
How dares he?
저것들도 취한 것처럼 흐느적대는데?
그래서 저러는 건 아니겠지만요. 공격권 확인. 기회를 잡으시는 게 좋겠어요.
공간을 뭉갠다.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
개체의 약점을 정확히 꿰뚫었습니다. 준비를 철저히 했나 보군요. 저희가 우세한
충전 기능
상황입니다.
점검.
이미
단순히
매뉴얼을
정말.
대여섯 번은 어긴 직원들도 보이는데 이 책임은 다음에
제압
묻도록
완료.
하죠.
승객 복원 중.
처리했습니다.
No, I won.
정리가 예상보다 일찍 끝났고. 보고서는 내가 작성해 둘 테니 다음 정리 전에.
Okay, I can get Heathcliff.
이야, 시간 한번.
Did I slow as shit in it?
달이
Okay, before doing anything.
달이 새하얗게
어.
빛나고 있습니다.
So I'll get you.
달이 새하얗게 빛나고 있습니다.
Well. Oh no, actually, let's not do that. Let's just simply transform some that I already have. Like, I can easily transform 200 Dom shards to thread.
뭐야? 이 자식.
Oi, hey,
바람구멍
this one's dead. Really, did you seriously kick the bucket from getting a few something? Sasha. If Heathcliff. It is one peaceful afternoon. The child slowly turns his head to the side at the voice calling his name. He's been staring blankly at the ceiling for a while. Heathcliff, come on. Are you planning to zone out for the rest of the day, too? It is lunch already. It's only lunch? Bloody hell, mate. What a slow day. The office fills with amused laughter as the child begins pulling his hair with all four of his hands. Maybe the laughter made his child feel a bit self-conscious. He quickly attempted to change the subject. So what is it? What do you call me? We're going out for lunch at Hum Bang Bang. Just round the corner. Are you coming with? Nah, I ain't going. Enjoy the lunches, lads. Huh, really? I thought you loved fish and chips. Their new seasonal menu. I've seen you go for that lunch every lunch for a while. I ain't hungry. Oh, don't tell me. Did you replace your digestive tract with a prosthetic too? You. I could never bring myself to do that. Oh, that ain't it either. Yeah? He raises his voice in a burst of frustration before dousing it with a heavy sigh. I have a lot on my mind today, that's all. Well, then give us a call if you change your mind. I don't mind picking up one up to go for you. The coworkers left the building, leaving the child all on his own. What a nice coworkers. With no one left inside the building other than the child himself, the room was completely silent, save for the sound of ticking clock hands. No noise of tapping or typewriters, calculators, or even pens scratching against the paper. Now ain't that a bother? Maybe I should have left my eardrums intact. He absent-mindedly rubbed his ears, which had been recently replaced with a prosthetic. They don't look that way. But, you know, you can't really see the ears. Then he went back to start staring blankly at the ceiling. The child's been having funny thoughts as of late. It ain't there anymore. The fun of battle, it's gone. Violence was an old friend of the child, ever since the backstreet days, but it never felt this dull. A good singular strike used to make him laugh with exhilaration. Facing down a powerful enemy used to make his competitive spirit burn brightly, even as he grumbled. Of course, when he cooled from the heat of the battle, he'd go back to his usual self, thinking things that an average person might think, not wanting to go as far as to kill someone, for example, or maybe that he might have gone a punch too far. But he's been getting less and less of those thoughts as of late. The same was true for the day he participated in the contract expedition. You crazy son of a... You almost lost your arm just there. Yeah, whatever, mate. I'll just replace it if that happens. Boss Lady got dozens of backup arms at the ready. You must have lost your mind. The child was, as per the terms of the contract, battling the syndicate of the backstreets. Some among us, them, were using prosthetics as well, but most of them had them installed at workshop of a dodgy quality, and there weren't that many of them anyway. Most syndicate henchmen reacted with the same horror as they faced the child. Attacks that other fixers would back away from, the kind of sweeping attack that would help make room for them to momentarily regroup. You daft? Keep stabbing in my arm, and you won't ever hit my circle where it matters. Circuitry. None of them even faced the child. Instead, he gladly took the hit and continued to advance closer his enemies. A destroyed arm, a punctured shoulder, none of that was that critical. He could simply replace them within minutes. The child, a fixer with prosthetics, did not care no matter how much damage he took as long as he had enough cash. The battle was easy, of course, but the child was bored. Even after a grueling battle, all he could think was, oh, we won. Even as he stabbed his enemies forcefully with his spear, all he could think was, oh, there he goes. The fact that none of the violence inspired anything other than the simplest, most surface-level observation was mind-numbingly boring to him. Still zoning out, Heathcliff? The child snapped out of his dry reminiscence of the expedition when the coworkers called over to him. The child was about to thank his coworkers for so kindly bringing him a sandwich, but he looked down, noticing his coworkers wildly swinging all four his arms while pointing at the table. He'd spilled his cup of coffee all over the table, drenching the report he'd spent the morning writing. Huh? Did I spill that? Who else, man? How should I know? I don't feel heat. Okay, but isn't that report due today? How are you okay with losing your entire morning's work? Kraken? More things to waste my afternoon time on. But the child's face was contorted into a frown. Seeing that, the coworkers quickly pushed the child away from the desk, swiftly cleaning up the surviving documents, removed the cup, and wiped down the table. All that task was rather quickly and competently done. Once all 4 arms of the coworker got to work, and only when the table was squeaky clean did he return to his seat. The child watched all of it in flabbergasted silence, let out a hollow chuckle, and then leaned back in his chair. Maybe I should quit. An utterance full of emptiness. He'd been spending days upon days sitting in the office, save for the days when they'd go work on contract. He'd only planned to work here for a little while before quitting, but he's been unable to bring himself to get to the last part of this plan. Where else would I work or go? Why, what a bother. The multi-crack office, which was composed of fixers with prosthetics, was a comfortable space for the child. Stirring hot coffee at someone was no big deal here. He could just hold conversation about replacing his arms and legs without making things awkward. Maybe it was that sense of camaraderie with this group that made him feel awkward every time he left the premises of the building, grabbing piping hot items without hesitation, walking for hours upon hours without ever getting tired. It was those little things, those minor details that have been making the child feel a sense of alienation from ever since he replaced most of his body with prosthetic parts. Well, I suppose I ain't going anywhere without my family. Wonder if we'll pick up any interesting contracts today. Waiting and waiting for a small pebble to make the tiniest ripple in his tedious, uneventful life. The child looked back up at the ever so familiar ceiling. Days rolling, clinking, clicking by like cogs in a machine. The child was merely growing used to this kind of life, the life in the city. He's new there or something? Oh! I see I'm actually running out of tickets as well. I mean, I could, I'm not that close, but I'm slowly running out. Okay, let's get back to the story. Okay, I want to start with Autis, I think, still, because she kinda supports all of the units, kinda. Then the new characters. That reminds me, I should probably read what you do, huh? Consume 5 charge count to gain coin power +1, gain charge count. Oh, this is similar to what Faust has. At 5 to 9 charge count, consume HP to raise charge to 10, consume 10 charge, count to gain coin power +2. If this unit consumed charge, count to inflict 2 defense level down 2 times. Inflict HP healing down. That's like the second, like Ryoshu has this, but they haven't used this effect since then, right? Which is cool. Inflict photoelectricity equal to charge, max 3. Right. Confer +1 for every 2 charge on self. Can roll up to 25. If I can do math, which I think I can. Gain charge count. Gain more charge count. Inflict photoelectricity. It's cool, that's cool. And blunt fragility. I mean, these are mostly slash, but there are some blunts. Oh, actually more blunts than I thought. Well, okay, not that much. But there are some.
마 출발합니다.
네. 청소 준비 완료?
준비. 좋아.
어디 가는 의뢰인가요?
차원 파동 장갑 충전 완료.
아, 저런 건 그냥 쓱싹쓱싹 하면 끝이라고. 편하게 해.
충전 기능 정.
자기 일 아니라고
단숨에
그렇게
정.
말하시면 어떡해요.
공간을 뭉갠다.
Oh, it didn't even flash.
직원들 복장 점검은 다 마치셨습니까?
내가 먼저다.
저번처럼 소매 단추를 달랑거리는 채로 제압하는 직원이 보였습니다.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로
기계는
기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
승객 무력 확인. 맘.
저희가 우세한 상황입니다.
내
이미
앞을 막을
매니어를
자는
6번은 어긴 직원들도 보이는데 이 책임은 다음에 묻도록 하죠.
Oh, they don't have sanity. I guess they are. I didn't really notice before.
승객 보건.
They said they are close to distortion, but not really. So,
저희가 우세한 상황입니다. 이미 매뉴얼을 6번은 어긴 직원들도 보이는데 이 책임은 다음에 묻도록 하죠.
공간을 뭉갠다. 승객 무력 확인.
얌전히 있어라. 얌전히 있어라. 야, 설마 벌써 죽었냐?
저희가 우세한 상황입니다. 이미 매뉴얼을 6번은 어긴 직원들도 보이는데
Don is still on the 0 sanity. That's crazy.
출력 최대치 처리했습니다.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했군요. 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
효율적으로 처리했습니다. 적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
얌전히
관리자님은
있어라.
당신이 생각하는 것보다
설마
대단한
벌써
능력을
죽었냐?
갖추고 있다고
얌전히 있어라.
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
어디요? 시원하네. 아, 술 맛을 돋궈주는 좋은 공격이었어.
약점을 잘 찌른 것 같네요.
Phew. Battling in narrow hallway really takes a lot out of you. Too bad, making big movements when there's not a lot room to move around takes more energy than you might think, especially for people like us who use longer weapons. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we fought earlier, but was inevitable. Okay. That their sheer numbers would eventually wear down the sinners. What are these things, Faust? Yeah, I've been wondering that too. Why are ya so tight-lipped all of a sudden? These entities are... Those entities are? What do you think those entities are? Huh? It's a riddle. Didn't I just ask you the same question? Oh no, are you giving us a chance to come up with our answers first? Of course, Faust did not confirm or deny this question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of interpreting her silence in his own fashion. There were some things I learned after fighting them, I think. These monsters aren't mad at us, nor do they want to attack us because we're an obstacle. That's not why they're attacking us. Quite. It's apparent that they hunger for odd, charging at anyone and anything in a desperate quest of it. Right, that's strange, though. I thought hunger or thirst wasn't a thing aboard these trains. It could be determined from the entity's attack patterns that their offensives were not biased on rational thoughts. The source of this behavior can only be traced back to primal aggressiveness. Yes, and? Was there anything else? Anything else? Oh yeah. I think they all had red eyes. Their bodies wrapped in blankets of red. I smelled blood, so that's likely what they're made of. I kinda, was thinking about this before as well, but I didn't mention it. Blood Fiend somehow got into this parallel dimension, or unspecified dimension, I guess. Might not be parallel. Then it must be that the red was congealed? No, nay, crystallized blood. Thank you all. Your input has been very helpful. It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from that? We are in luck, Dante. I have read upon this subject as a tangent while pursuing information regarding our next destination, moments before we boarded the train, and while that may be a useful element in resolving the situation, listeners have also found a very good source of intelligence when it came to categorizing and identifying important evidence from the available sea of information. Your advice was correct, Dante. You mean you know what to do? To blow this case wide open? Nothing can be said with absolute certainty at the moment. However, this will be a good place for us to start. With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners. I will now present before you a solution to this predicament. Huh? Is there something else we gotta do other than beating the crap out of whatever is in our way? That will not change, no. However, what I'm about to share will give you a better understanding of the purpose behind W Corp's contract and provide us with a possible means to finding a method by which we may complete it. It is of high likelihood that the entity behind the incident on this train and the extension every incident of the same nature that has occurred in previous warp train trips is a blood fiend. I'm so smart.
계획보다 더 일찍 의뢰를 완수했네요. 저와 파우스트의 뛰어난 능력 덕분이지만 여러분의 노력도 나쁘지 않았어요. 모델 45i-3 충전. 전투 준비 완료.
Wait, a blood fiend? What's a blood fiend? A blood fiend? What in the name of Winx is that? You of all people haven't heard of blood fiends? Though you thought you were our team expert on obscure lore. Verily, I have not once heard a mention of these blood fiends. Perchance I have let the magazine article slip from my memory? Dawn furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the very word sounded alien to her. I thought they were just monsters in stories to scare children in the night. They are supposed to be afraid of garlic and sunlight, right? Oh, that sounds a bit different from what I've heard. I heard their fear of garlic and sunlight is just a rumor, and what they are really afraid of is water. I've been briefed on the existence of blood fiends in the past when I served as a commanding officer, and I have seen the dregs that they command. Though my memory isn't very clear, I'm quite certain that these monsters here do not resemble what I've seen. I've seen one who called themselves a blood fiend among the fingers, but the things that blood fiends commanded weren't like these rubber textured ones. There's something off about this one. That one didn't spawn either dregs with abandon like this. There's some yeah. But aren't you supposed to know this already? Yes, I see that some sinners may have encountered blood fiends in the past. A long-winded explanations seem unnecessary. As many of you have stated thus far, the entities we faced in the train do not appear to be blood fiends, in a sense that they are drag-like beings that have failed to become kindreds. They are referred to as blood bags among relevant parties, according to information I'm aware of. Not a terrible name. Why would anyone name someone blood bags? As it has been said prior, it is impossible for passengers to disappear aboard warp trains under normal circumstances. Though our reserve of intelligence regarding the warp trains or W-Corp is vast, if incomplete, we could not find the possible exceptions to the above rule. Within that reserve of intelligence, however, I have discovered that inserting a previously unseen variable into the equation allows for a formulation of a new hypothesis. Wait, you're saying that these blood fiends can completely erase people or passengers from existence? A more accurate description would be to say that they are either dissolved or vaporized. Dissolved. No matter the degree of violence the passengers may indulge in, no matter how severe the damages may be, the warp train can revert them to their initial states at the beginning of the journey. Among several interpretations of the word violence involves cannibalization, of course. However, as the passengers' collective time itself is in moratorium of the duration of the train's operation, digestion is not a biological process that should be active. In other words, even the devoured passengers could be reconstructed. If they are merely stuffed into the digestive tract, then I suppose they could gut the passengers to retrieve the chewed up chunks of other passengers and place them back together via the vein-like thing connecting each individual. However, such is not true for blood bags. Blood bags are by their nature obsessed with blood. Their existence hinges on supplying themselves with the blood of their victims. And it is said that they must consume a minuscule amount of blood to maintain their forms. Wait, what? Did you just say that digestion another thing while we are on the train. If I were to continue my deduction, perhaps consumption of blood for blood fiends and blood bags is a fundamentally different process than the consumptions of nutrients for energy. To them, blood is culmination and entailment of something that forms oneself, including but not limited to emotions, ambitions, wealth, purposes of existence. Then it must naturally follow that they can spend their blood at will, which is a process that is isolated from other biological processes such as digestions. I ain't following even half of that. You exist in moratoria in time at the present moment, Heathcliff, yet your emotions still persist. Do they not? Anger, sorrow, and joy? They continue to spark within you. Well, I suppose they are. Though we cannot tell whether they may be in a state of alternation or whether they remain ensnared in a wheel of creation and destruction, it can be said that emotions, one past, exist not in continuation. The passengers will to persist is worth of that very existence in which they thrive. Do they not all gently atrophy into non-existence even amidst the sea's time? Miss Faust seeks to illustrate the similarity between how emotions are to ourselves and how blood is to blood fiends. Gotcha. So that's why she said the blood is vaporized, huh? If that's the case, then the very blood that's supposed to bind these chunks of flesh together will also evaporate, which means that they can't be placed back together. There's no incongruence to that logic. Everyone fell silent for a moment. This was way too much information to process all at once. We didn't even know what to make of them either. I would like to ask a few questions if you would permit me. Isak was the first one to break the silence. Could it be said that blood bags are direct creations of blood fiends? If such is the case, then by which method do they... that information is inaccessible at the moment. Faust replied, avoiding Kisang's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more stressed if they find out. And that's something Faust and I both want to avoid. Inaccessible. Indeed. Now I recall what you have said in the past. This is only speculation, however. I assume that the form of direct physical contact is needed to turn an individual into a blood bag. If such were not the case, then we who are likely the greatest obstacles to this entity's goal at the moment would have been the first ones to be turned. Indeed. In that case, that villain of a blood fiend must be hiding out somewhere aboard this train. Indeed. If we are to believe the words of the fixer from earlier, then there is a high likelihood that the horde is advancing in the direction from the back of the train. In other words, continuing down the train, cars will lead us straight to the Blood Fiend. Very well, I shan't first take this opportunity to bring peace to the souls of the innocent passengers who have perished by the villain's hands. Dante? It seemed that the dawn was now invigorated. The other sinners also seemed satisfied now that we had clearer sight of our goal. Faust, who stood amidst them, nodding in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward for now.
직원들 복장 점검은 다 마치셨습니까? 특히 저번처럼 소매단추를 달랑거리는 채로 제압하는 직원이 보여서는.
Oh, this person has W Corp outfit. That enemy.
녀석들도 취한 것처럼 흐느적대는데.
Are they different?
그래서 저러는 건 아니겠지만
They do gain charge.
기회를 잡으시는 게 좋겠어요.
Whoa.
잘했습니다.
시원하네. 아, 술맛을 돋궈주는 좋은 공격이었어.
약점을 잘 찌른 것 같네요.
야, 설마 벌써 죽었냐?
뭐든지 하나씩 줄여가면서 시작하는 거지. 내가 눈에 색을 주.
한숨만 비우면 참 좋은
운전했어.
벌써 끝나간 거.
Oh, I'm out of the rings again. Cool.
공간을 뭉갠다. 승객 무력 확인.
효율적으로. 직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다.
내가 먼저다.
관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠.
야,
이런
설마
효율적인
벌써 죽었냐?
대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
설마 벌써
참고로
죽었냐?
기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
제압 완료. 승객 복원 준비. 맘.
개체의 약점을 정확히 꿰뚫었습니다. 준비를
충전 기능
철저히
점검.
했나 보군.
단숨에 정리.
효율적으로. 직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요.
야,
긍정적인
설마
변화는
벌써
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가해
다음은 어디요? 개체의 유효한
이것이
속성을
바로
정확하게
정보의
간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
대충 다 작살낸 모양인데 빨리빨리 돌아가자고. 이 정도면 의뢰한 놈도 만족하겠지.
The cleanup agent. Not enough income, Pauline.
발목 잡지 않도록 최선을 다할게요.
아, 저런 건 그냥 쓱싹쓱싹 하면 끝이라고. 내가
Oh.
눈에 색을 편하게 해.
There was one struggling thing.
그게 아니라고 그렇게 말하시면 어떡해요?
And here I thought used DD something something
준비를 철저히 했나 보군.
without having charge.
어떤 시간과 공간에 계시는 관리자님이 들을지
충전 기능
몰라도
점검.
그때를
단숨에
위해서
정리.
미리 응원을 녹음해야 한다는 거군요.
승객 무력
아 이런
확인.
이것도 녹음되고 있는지는 미처 몰랐네요.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했더니 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
Aw, come on. Okay, good job.
상태가 좋지 않은 직원이 보입니다. 높은 확률로 곧 치명상을 입을 수도 있겠군요. 공격 범위 관리자님의 냉철한 판단력이 필요할 때입니다.
My outage might die. Nah, probably not.
아, 술맛을 돋궈주는 좋은
효율적으로.
공격이었어.
약점을 잘 찌른 것 같네요.
잘했습니다.
뭐든지 하나씩 줄여가면서 시작하는 거지.
느는 거 신병을 하나씩만 비우면 참 좋을 텐데 말이죠.
공간을 뭉갠다. 승객 무력 확인.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
제압 완료.
설마 벌써
참고로
죽었냐?
승객 복원 준비.
기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
아, 완전
잘했습니다.
과감한 판단이었어요.
중계하듯이 말하지 좀 마시라니까.
그래도 완전 좋은 판단이었던 건 사실이네요. 잘했습니다.
지금이 기회인 것 같소. 자, 다음은 어디요?
직전의 공격처럼 개체에게 치명적인 일격을 가해봅시다.
공격 범위 확인. 효율적으로. 처리했습니다. 적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 이런 식의 공격으로 저는 언제나 옳은말만 한답니다.
뭘 그렇게 끄적이는 거야, 미카? 실전에서는 다 기세라니까. 충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리한다.
야, 설마 벌써 죽었냐?
맘.
Woo! Manager Esquire, halt! Beyond this poor fellow, he lives still. Done her round the eyes, wide open, began sprinting somewhere. No, stay away from me, you monsters. Hey man, we're not those monsters, you alright? Huh? That you're starting to mutate too, aren't you? You must be turning into some bug-like monster. Ah! What? No, this is... Poor Gregor. Gregor stumbled forwards before clunking and casting his gaze down to the floor in disbelief. Yeah, well, no surprise there, I guess. I suppose there's no way to tell right away whether this arms monster a prosthetic or whatnot. Is it possible for you to is it possible that you are mistaken due to his bioprosthetic being of an older outdated make that it is rarely seen in the city? A prosthetic? That's a relief. I thought those crazy bastards were trying to break it again. As you can see, my legs are messed up. I had no choice but to hide in here. So what are the W Corp employees doing aboard this train? Huh? You're right. From what I found out about the warp trains, though, through the identities, I can't imagine why any of them would ever willingly board this train. You're the contract fixers, right? We were ordered to assist you with your contract. I said we, but I'm the only one left. Every single one of my colleagues suddenly began losing their minds in that car over there, and this cannot be. Faust, is there truly no way to cure the blood bags? My apologies. The access to that information is prohibited at the moment as well. Through her voice and expression were both as severe as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it. I may have been too reliant on Faust in too many places. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I didn't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this either. I'd also grown to use to Faust's omnipotent omniscience, because I could always trust it to be there for us. I was starting to realize that I don't have the means to consider and make my own decisions at moments like these. No, maybe I was too reliant on everyone else. If, when the time comes for them to rely on me, when they can no longer function as they usually do, for whatever reason, can I really manage them well? Lead them to the right answers? Will I get a new power? Doubt, colored with fear, begins to rise with a dark plum of smoke. Well, what can I do, right? The agent struggled to some corner of the room with the wounded leg and pulled on the lever. They made good use of this space, and the wall behind it was initially appeared to be folding chair employed spun open. Oh, what in the name of things is this? Perchance Doe has hidden here a weapon most powerful, a weapon most feared by blood fiends. That holds some resemblance to capsule we saw in the first car, but why would that be here? The cleanup agent slammed into the pod that appeared in the wall. Phew, finally. What is that? Doe seeks to do. W can prepare a small hibernation pod for employees in case of these emergencies. Verily then, huh? Good luck with the rest of the mission. With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and the wall covering the Viscara remained. He's gone. There he goes. He has departed the scene. We blankly stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well then, I guess we gotta... Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. Right. I'll go take a short break.
계획보다 더 일찍
Will be a bit longer than the last one, but it will be still a short break, and I'll be back.
여러분의 노력도 나쁘지 않았어요.
Definitely, I'll return once. Alright, BRB. Yo, hello, hi. Next car.
발목 잡지 않도록 최선을 다할게요.
어떤 시간과 공간에 계시는 관리자님이 들을진 몰라도 그때를 위해서 미리
Is this one different?
거군요. 아 이런
Maybe.
이것도 녹음되고 있는지는 미처 몰랐네요. 내 앞을 막을 자는 없어. 사실 이런 보모구실은 제가 아니라 세피라들의 역할이긴 하죠. 관리자님도 알다시피 저는 언제나 수십 명의 몫을 해내고 있으니까요.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 점검.
Oh, come on. Come on. What are you doing?
승객 무력. 맘. 시원하네. 아, 술맛을 돋궈주는 좋은 공격이었어.
약점을 잘 찌른 것 같네요.
지금이 기회인 것 같소. 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요. 출력 최대치.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했고
승객 무력.
이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
한눈에 봤을 때는 불리해 보이긴 하지만 공격권 확인.
결국에는 유리한 구도를 만들어낸 것
잘했습니다.
같은데.
지금일적인 잘했습니다.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다.
Ooh, dimensional rift.
앞으로의 전투도
Not enough charge though.
보겠습니다.
제압 완료. 승객 보관 준비. 승객 무력. 확인.
직전의 공격처럼 개체에게 치명적
내가
일격을
눈에
가해봅시다.
새겨주지.
한눈에 봤을 때는 불리해 보이긴 하지만
결국에는 유리한 구도를 만들어낸 것 같은데.
야, 설마 벌써 죽었냐? 야, 설마 벌써 죽었냐?
Went from 0 to 17 charge. It's pretty good. Charge count to be more specific.
승객 무력. 확인.
쉬시게.
맘.
계획보다 더 일찍 의뢰를 완수했네요.
Next car number 2.
기차와 같이
Some might say next car.
자, 출발해 볼까요?
어우, 여기는 답답한데. 나도 나가서 싸우면 안 되나?
계약대로
충전 기능
하자고요.
점검. 단숨에 점령. 공간을 뭉갠다.
Yeah, she's not winning.
직원의 상태가 나빠 보이는군요.
But Ash is not doing very well today.
사 빠진 상태라고 표현하던가. 방금 건 실없는 농담이 아닌 긴장 완화를 위한 조력이었습니다.
시원하네. 아, 술 맛을 돋궈주는 좋은 공격이었어.
약점을 잘 찌른 것 같네요.
승객 무력 확인.
제 앞에 제 상태가 좋지 않습니다.
내가 눈에
제대로 된
새겨주지.
일격만 다한다면 효율적인 효과를 이끌어낼 수 있겠죠.
잘했습니다.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가해주. 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Wow, good job done.
개체의 유효한
Wait,
속도를
is that a new enemy?
평가했습니다. 제 예상만큼
Shit.
관리자님을
I should have looked what they do.
것이 증명된
It looked like maybe a multi-crack enemy, huh?
승객 무력 확인. 승객 무력 제압 완료. 승객 복원 준비. 뭐든지 하나씩 줄여가면서 시작하는 거지.
누님도 술병을
Bloodbath prosthetic Vixer. Yeah, I guess multi crack. I mean, that doesn't change how I play. I will still just be clicking on win rate.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만
But I assume there will be boss where I'll actually have to do something. Because the last event actually had pretty tough boss. Like nothing extreme, but also wasn't easy.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요.
승객 무력 확인.
야, 설마 벌써 죽었냐?
정리가 예상보다 일찍 끝났군. 보고서는 내가 작성해 둘 테니 다음 정리 전에 휴식을.
Prosthetic Fixers.
차원 파동 장갑 충전 완료.
I assume that means more multi-cleric guys, but now they are evil.
아, 저런 건
Yeah.
그냥 쓱싹쓱싹 하면 끝이라고. 편하게 해.
자기 일 아니라고 그렇게 말하시면 어떡해요.
공간을 뭉갠다.
Stupid game.
상태가 좋지 않은 직원이 있다는 건 알고 있습니다. 애매한 긍정
That one guy really decided to beat up my wife. That's kinda rude in my opinion.
벌써 끝나.
Yeah, this guy deserves to have his space ripped
참고로
for hitting my wife.
쉽게 하지
승객
않아요.
무력.
Even though it was uncharged ripped space, I guess.
저것들도 취한 것처럼 흐느적대는데.
그래서 저러는 건 아니겠지만 기회를 잡으시는 게 좋겠어요.
시원하네. 아, 술 맛을 돋궈주는 좋은 공격이었어.
약점을 잘 찌른 것 같네요.
공격 범위 확인.
No, come on, okay. Maybe I should bring fluid sac.
이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다. 개체의 약점을 정확히 꿰뚫었습니다.
But it's boring when I can use teleport. By the way, I never used an ego today yet.
안 좋은 아군이 있어.
저분을 신경 쓰면서 싸우는 게 좋을 것 같아요.
Do I have some ego that
기다려봐.
restores sanity?
적당한 제품이 어디 있을 텐데.
Probably. I don't remember all the egos. Oh, you kinda restore sanity, right? Oh, just to self though, I guess. Ooh, that's a lot of bleed.
공간을 뭉갠다.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다.
얌전히 있어라.
제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이
야,
증명되는 것
설마
같아
벌써 죽었냐?
다행이군요.
Do I have something to heal myself? I don't think these guys have anything to heal, right? Like, Faust normally does, but I not with teleport. Hmm. Well, just don't take damage.
중계하듯이 말하지 좀 마시라니까.
Well, I do have the backup guys actually as well. So maybe they intentionally made it hard.
다음은 어디요?
Or maybe I'm not supposed to keep pressing win rate button and actually like choose what I'm doing. Who knows?
직전의 공격처럼 개체에게 치명적인 일격을 가해봅시다.
캬! 내가 먼저다.
Ow.
벌써 끝나간.
오호, 이럴 때는 이런 식의 공격으로 대응하는군요.
뭘 그렇게 끄적이는 거야, 미카? 실전에서는 다 기세라니까.
Whoa, was kinda close. Took a lot of damage, some of the guys. Like Roshum. Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat. Huh? What is this now? Oh yeah, they will now find out that they cooperate with T-Corp, huh? We were on the final car adjacent to the freight car when we discovered an odd box with the T-Corp logo on it. Ah, it is the emblem of T-Corp. It appears that it was broken in the fierceness of our battle. Didn't the chief executive guy, Hubert, right? Didn't he apparently mention something about partnering with other wings? I guess they were in cahoots with W Corp too. Such collaborations are not limited to T Corp. It is oft the case of a wing may work with another. It is only on a rare occasion that they urgently request the assistance of less significant, lesser-known corporations such as our own Limbus company. Their choice appears to be quite irregular. Sounds like that W Corp's heydays are long behind them. Just like the wall that's falling apart, revealing what's behind. Oh, speaking of falling apart, this room sure got messed up, huh? It was difficult for me to ignore how Dodja hurriedly to a different subject as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself. What did she do exactly? Okay. The various destroyed prosthetic car parts covered in human remains indicate that this train car was boarded by several prosthetic equipped fixers. I can't think about that right now. Let's deal with the task at hand first. Maybe these people are from the same office as that guy we met at the platform, remember? He said he was warped over to T-Corp on an expedition. Look, it's almost like they are all wearing standardized sets of prosthetics. Same make, same model, everything. I believe I have read articles stating that certain offices do exclusively hire fixers with prosthetics. Wait, we were walking through the bloody train cart when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful. He's one of the one we encountered at the platform. This is the fixer who suddenly started venting at us. Yeah, and he said something about going to T-Corp on an expedition and failing. They brought a whole train car full of fixers for this contract. I guess calling it an expedition was no exaggeration. There are over a dozen broken arms strewn about. They must have fought valiantly by replacing their broken arms with backup arms, perchance. A strategy indeed. Makes sense. That would explain all those broken prosthetic arms and legs in the car. Executive Manager, this is likely an aftermath of a battle between the fixers and the blood bags. There were many similar cases during the war. Those using prosthetics would simply let their bodies be destroyed in battle because they considered them to be disposable as long as there was cash remaining in their wallets. Of course, the blatant lack of self-preservation often led them to early graves. Maybe that's true. I see. There are more than single possible interpretations of the same scene. I will remember both of your inputs. That's a good attitude. Employees with attitude like yours often made it to the end of the war. Yes, well, good for them. Faust answered out this in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping onto her pensive expression. You alright, Faust? It was rare to see an actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried. I'm physically unharmed, yet, yes, I'm alright. However, I do not enjoy this circumstance which we found ourselves in. It is as though I'm casting nets to nowhere while lost and isolated in a blind sea. I could usually complete these deductions within moments after establishing a few basic cross-references between the accessible information. Her voice was such a whisper for a second part of her sentence that even I could barely hear what she's saying. I know what you mean. Feeling like you're completely lost, obsessively casting net after net over the black, rippleless lake in desperate hopes that one of them might pull in something we could eat. No way to tell where we are, no way to tell if there's even anything to eat under that glassy water surface, grasping at the straws, you know? This sense I find mired in is not unlike your own. It is like lying my back over an unseen grave for the reflection of radiance, Hollow Knight reference, upon my eyes and the sanguine scent hanging from the tip of my olfactory tells me not to not of the foreign path. It seemed that the first part of the sentence was well heard by Ishmael and Yisang. However, they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation. By the way, I don't ever recall you talking like that, Faust. I don't know what it is, but you feel different from your usual self somehow. That is... Oh, I mean, I don't hate it. I'm actually glad to learn that you had a softer side. This unseen side of yours, it is unfamiliar, yet quite fresh. Is that so? Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes. As per the information provided by the pamphlet at the platform, it is likely that this train is composed of 12 passenger cars and 1 freight car. Because we are on the 11th car at the moment, that leaves a single car before us and the freight car, in which Mephistopheles is secured. Which means... Where is Charon? Is Charon normally sleeping in the freezing thing? I just realized since, you know, Vergilius is in his special color train thingy. But where is Charon? Just beyond the door. Well, how strong could it be if its followers are this weak? There were so many of them, but we practically smashed through their entire horde. Well, was kinda close with some parts. A different, more accurate interpretation would be to say that being capable of commanding a force as large as blood bags we have defeated should be considered a high-risk entity. Although this is not common knowledge, there's a subcategory of fixers called Blood Fiend Hunters who specialize in, yes, hunting Blood Fiends. Assuming that information is true, it can be inferred that Blood Fiends are difficult foes that require a certain expertise to defeat. Now that I'm thinking about it, if Bloodbags are like mindless trolls to Blood Fiends, then they are kind of like their private army, right? A being of power who can create a force of their own without concern for lowered morale or desperation. Wartime or not, they will always make her for formidable foes. The sinners each exchange various opinions with one another, possible strategies, estimations of the Blood Fiend's strength, and all of a sudden, fee on the indecisive idleness, our quest is to defeat the villain who had brought such pain and misery upon this train, is it not? It may be vaporizing the lifeblood of the innocent as we speak. Mighty or feeble, I care not. I swear upon mine honor that I shall smite this foe and let my hand of justice be the judge of their fate. Let us hasten now. It's still a, important question. How did the Blood Fiend, get there? If it was, one occurrence, then it could have been just, random chance, since... Can Blood Fiends go unnoticed? I think they can, right? Between humans. Elena didn't look that different, and I think if she got, a mask or something, it wouldn't be recognizable that she's a Blood Fiend. So they could just slip on the train. Just like that. But, how would someone just go to the trains over and over normally? Also, actually, one thing that just occurred to me, which is kinda... Does this happen on every single warp train? In this, some time? Because otherwise, how would W Corp know that this will be the train where they need to send Limbus Company to actually deal with the problem? How many warp trains are they? I assume they go from like every district to every district, or like maybe not every single one, but most of them, right? Don't sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. She's not wrong. Besides, we have to deal with the Blood Fiend to complete our contract. With that, I opened the door leading to the final car of this train.
대충 다 작살낸 모양인데 빨리빨리 돌아가자고. 이 정도면 의뢰한 놈도 만족하겠지.
The one who roars.
차원 파동 장갑 충전 완료.
This room. What is with that look on thy faces? Thou standst in an audience of the prince. Where are thy obsequious smiles? He must be the cause of this outbreak. The Blood Fiend we must defeat. Fell to thy knees and grovel before royalty. Who the hell are you to make those demands? I shall impart this upon thee only once, so listen well. You may call me Cassetti, sixth kindred, a kindred of the sixth generation, the rightful prince in a refuge from his family. Art thou the villain who had brought such destruction and massacre upon this vessel? Thou art a charity one, so rudely before your prince, yet I am feeling generous, for I am quite sated at the moment. As thou must have seen on thy journey here, this place is a hall of banquet, for a feast most majestic. No matter how many blood bags I create, no matter how much I devour them, the humans just won't stop coming. Only enjoy what was cast into my maw. He dons a mask for a purpose of merrymaking. If you are really going to exchange pleasantries, why don't you take that mask off? Do you not even know the basic etiquette? Oh, this mask won't come off. Can't take it off. Shouldn't take it off. There's no point, no prince without the mask. We're so ugly behind the mask, so we all decided to hide how repulsive we've become. But once I've drunk your bloods full, then it will all go back to how it used to be. Only then can I unmask myself. Who stitched that mask to your face, Skin? Not a half-bad job. Of course, it's excellent, haha, because this mask was crafted by none other than the great, the eminent, the barber himself, whose name I dare not even speak, but it hurts so much. No, I'm smiling, look! Look how hard I'm smiling and laughing, ha 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 ha, ha ha, yes, I'm the prince, that's what I am. He's but alone in it. Alright, done with the giggles then. Get ready for the beating of your life. I'm sure things like you and your friends. Don't cry, bawling and sniveling on the ground for your lives. Lunge at me instead, The aggression, the boiling blood. Oh, how I love the fire. What are you, deaf? Look around, there are 13 of us and only one of you. Do not let your guard down, Heathcliff. This entity has managed to turn countless passengers of this train into blood bags. I ain't letting my guard down, but we blasted through so many blood bags, we couldn't even keep count, didn't we? Couldn't even keep count? Oh, no. But the count is so important, I have to keep count of our visitors. Oh yes, of course. I do remember to keep count of our dearest visitors. Yes, sir, I do. You have no idea how powerful I am, and I shall not relinquish my throne to thee from this budding kingdom. All I have to do is sit here and do nothing, and bloodbags present themselves before me. There is no paradise like this out there. You have no idea what I did to create this place. Oh, how elated I am for Bear Kindred would be. Should they be here to witness what I have created. This cornupus of abundance, this pleasure, oh, this freedom. But this kingdom is mine. I made it. I'm not giving it away. This is rather curious. It appears that this blood fiend leaves this scar only on rare occasions. Yet we have seen signs of this, his insidious influence throughout every car we have visited so far. Then what he meant by the bloodbags present themselves before him has to be... Hold on a minute. Yeah. Hello. A figure suddenly and frantically charged into this car. No, don't die! It was Sasha, the fixer we ran into in one of the earlier cars. Cassidy shrinks into his throne at the sudden burst, terror apparent in his face. It is T. By the hast of truly journeyed hast here to assist us in our quest. Law, that villain is the blood fiend responsible for the tragedies that had transpired aboard this train. Help us slay that cur and eventually lead the passengers thou hast protected thus far out this train. Blood fiends. What if there was more than a single blood fiend on board, monster capable of rational thought? Ah. Damn, you actually made it all the way back here. I guess the wings don't give out contracts to just anyone. I fought to my damnness too, till I was the last one standing. What's she talking about? In the end, I stood alone with nothing but a single one of these 4 arms left. Kinda funny how the perspective of life can completely flip when you're really, really into shit. I think my last thoughts were, man, I don't want to die. So I fell on my knees and pleaded. I told him that, Don, watch out. I'd do anything to live. Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her greatsword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust finished her sentence. Ah. What did I say? I commanded you to give me a warning before jumping in like that. Don't you know how loud your stupid arms are? I thought the family had come for me. I'm sorry, Lord Cassidy. Allow me to introduce my kindred to thee. To be the first of many since my escape. For the kingdom I intend to build. My kindred, my loyal squire, who shall be at my side as I build a dynasty of my own, my family. Lord Cassidy, I had intended to select the more powerful of the bunch to send to this car, as you have commanded me, but the humans in my car were all weaklings, so I present before you this group from the first-class car. Kindred. Are you even aware of the exact nature of a kindred? Nah, but I can tell you this. When I accepted my lord's blood into my veins, it was as though I was reborn. I see. A kindred to bloodfiend is like a sub-entity, similar to a sub-entities created by distortions or abnormalities. It must have been desperation that drove you to accept that proposition without hesitation, despite the lack of relevant information. Maybe. That's probably what was going through my head before I became kindred. Thou hast been in cohorts with the villain all this time, as his underling. Even ere then, when we first laid our eyes upon thee, lady, you have no idea how much I freaked out when one of you asked me something about red eyes. Not it would have mattered if you did suspect me, though, since my red eye is just a prosthetic. I really liked Sasha. Then the passengers who were under thy protection, I mean, I still do like her. Just said. Haven't I told you that the count means matters? The longer the line, the better. Dozens of flatbacks began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood out to me. Ah. My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. I knew that the passenger were dead at the moment. Realized Sasha was bloodfiend, but I really hoped that I wouldn't have to face this reality, not like this. There was a child. Yep. Little Rand wanted to be a fixer if she got to grow up. Good thing she won't, though. I can tell you on a good authority that living as a bloodbag is way better than a drudgery that is the life of a fixer. Believe me, I know. Hold thy vile tongue. Dreaming of becoming a famous, respected fixer and an actor of justice is all just stupid pipe dream that always ends in crushing disappointment or reality, really early grave. Or really early grave. Silence! Silence! Don did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. So I guess 2 boss battles, I would assume.
사실 이런 보모구실은 제가 아니라 세피라들의 역할이긴 하죠.
We'll get Sasha and then Cassetti.
저는 언제나 수십 명의 몫을 해내고 있으니까요.
Oh, we're having this thing. Huh. Well. Okay, I think I'll let Isang not clash for the first turn. Ah, Dawn, come on.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요.
I think this way I'll go. No, wait, you're not clashing now. You need to clash with this one. Kinda want Faust to clash, but I think less than the other ones.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격
Oh wait, I used a strong skill from Faust. I
실력 최대치.
should have not done that. I guess it's fine.
돋보여주는 좋은 공격이었어.
약점을 잘 찌른 것 같네요.
지금이 기회인 것 같소.
제압 개체 하나를 처리했습니다.
Yeah, I kinda expected more of them to come.
같은 기세로 처리해보죠.
Oh, unopposed? Oh yeah, you're fast, I see.
공격범위 확인. 효율적으로.
I hope that would stagger this one at least.
이제
저희가 우세한 상황입니다. 이미 매뉴얼을 6번
음.
직원들도 보이는데
Okay, Faust and Dawn are full on clashing. Or, I mean, on sanity.
공격범위 확인.
야, 설마 벌써 죽었냐?
맘.
I could have played that better, definitely.
제압 개체 하나를 처리했습니다.
Ooh, Sasha.
그들도 같은 기세로 처리해보죠.
Alright. Well, you know what that means? I'm bringing the big skills. Huh. Big skills. I think I might be able to kill this one before they can do the counter.
눈에 새겨주지.
Oh, oops, I didn't look. I could have used stronger skill, but I didn't because I'm dumb.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다.
I think I'm killing Sasha. I didn't even look what she does. Maybe I should have looked what she does. Huh.
다행이군요.
개체의 약점을 정확히 꿰뚫었습니다. 준비를 철저히
공간을
해나가고
뭉갠다. 자, 제압 완료.
But she's dead,
효율적인
so it doesn't matter.
개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위
That's what happens when you get prep time in a charge team.
한눈에 봤을 때는 불리해 보이긴 하지만
결국에는 유리한 구도를 만들어낸 것 같은데.
제압 완료. 승객 보관 준비. 자, 다음은 어디요?
Oh! Unbelievable. My first kindred to be created without their authorization is this bumbling fool. I pray for your forgiveness, my parent. Be gone from my sight, at least thou hast brought me blood bags for sustenance. Yet it must be the responsibility of a parent to clean up the mess of his child. What a load of shit. With that, Cassetti reached out towards the pile of blood bags on the ground and... Yum yum. Ha! Oh, what abundance. I had nearly forgotten this sensation. An arm of hardened blood materialized over the Bloodfiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable enough to make our skin crawl. It appears that he had empowered himself by reaping their blood. Though my power is yet to fully return, this magnificent armor is quite befitting of a parade for the prince who had become a king. Wouldn't thou agree? Yes, sir, yes, you do. Of course you do. Challenge me now, O rebels. Challenge the king. Die, king. Die, king. I love dies.
누님도 술병을 하나씩 만들면 참 좋을 텐데 말이죠.
Okay, it's cool that it's a single fight since I keep my charge and my sanity. Can be nice. So you do bleed. Interesting. At the end of the turn, depending on stored blood value on self, at a value lesser than or equal to 5 stored blood, gain 1 bind, 1 fragile, and 1 offense level down. Next turn for every stored blood lost. At a value greater than 5 stored blood, gain 2 offense level and 2 defense level for every excess value. Prioritize tasks with highest sum of bleed potency and count on hit if the target has bleed, heal 2% HP. When this unit has bleed, offense level up, defense level up for every 10. Gain clash power for every 10 bleed. Take 50% less damage from bleed. Grounded down. Doesn't change panic type. What's your panic? Gain fragile and damage up. Oh, unopposed. Shit. Well. Oh. I see. They are all going for Faust. Range.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
He has sanity, which is nice, I guess.
오호, 이럴 때는 이런 식의 공격으로
He's weak to blunt as well.
실전에서는 다
Ouch.
기세라니까.
My Faust.
해체들이 예측하기 힘든 작전을 펼치려는 듯하군요. 주위에서 관찰을 지속해 주십시오.
Should I throw my DPS on this guy this turn? Sure. Let's do something. Huh. My guy is healing.
사실
아우.
이런 보호구실은 제가 아니라 세피라들의 역할이긴 하죠. 관리자님도 알다시피
Okay.
저는 언제나 수십 명의 몫을 해내고 있으니까요.
Yeah, okay, he's going everything on Faust again. That's rough. I think Faust is using her teleport. Neutral. But I guess that's fine. It will have to be.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
Don't want to use too much ego.
공간을 뭉갠다.
Ah. Okay, it's fine.
막내 충전 최대치예요. 사실 이런 보호구실은 제가 아니라 세피라들의 역할이긴 하죠. 관리자님도 알다시피 저는 언제나 수십 명의 몫을 해내고 있으니까요.
I guess this works. I actually wanted to check what's the passive of Faust's teleport.
분위기가 바뀌었어.
그러게 좀
I remember it not being bad.
비라도 올 것 같은데.
yeah, it's been good. Just like more damage per charge count? That's pretty insane. Well, it's a 0 right now, but still.
잊으셨나요?
And consuming less charge is pretty nice. Though I actually want to consume charge to gain charge count. I mean, I want to consume charge count to gain charge. Looks like this would work. Oh wait. Oh no, you already used up charge, right? That's how it works. wasn't too bad. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I think this fight would be much harder if it was separated from the first one, because this way I basically started the actual boss fight with already everyone at max sanity and at least some charge. Also with some ego resources. So yeah. Yes, I love you boiling human blood, but this is too painful. This guy keeps regenerating, no matter how many times we tear him to pieces. Nug. Ha! This, I don't know if we can. The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, who collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of our prince was proving to be significant help to the Bloodfiend's regenerative ability. This fight's been dragging on even longer than our battles at the K-Corp border checkpoint, or the basement of Withering Heights. I know that the sinners had all grown stronger since then, but I felt as though I stood before an impenetrable wall. Dawn continued to wildly pummel the Bloodfiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerates. I am so hungry. Ridiculous. Dire hunger is no justification for this massacre, though Hast wrote. Shut up. You don't understand. You don't know how awful it is to survive on that disgusting blood for 200... No. I don't even want to talk about it. Shut up. Be quiet. No, I'm sorry. Please, please, please. Let me just have just a sip. Just the smallest sip, please. It's all useless, no matter how many times you stab me. I shan't stop until all of thy flesh and bone and organs are crushed into vicious, shapeless mush. Mush. Never to become whole again. But the Bloodfiend's regeneration is powerful. He's regenerating as fast as Dawn's destroying him. He's regenerating in an insane rate. We can't. Ah, my kindred, my child. I have given thy new life, thee. Invited thee to the banquet. So do thy responsibilities. The blessings of a parent must be repaid, no? What can I do? Find their weakness, break their anchor, make them kneel and grovel before me in desperation, just as you had. Wait, I think I've got an idea. Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Gazetti's sudden command. It's that way. It's the way they fight. Reminds me a lot of the way we prosthetic users fixers fight. Yeah, no self-preservation because they can revive. Just as prosthetic fixers slowly lose their sense of self-preservation, their limbs become no more important than tools to be replaced. These idiots act with such abandon, as if they have multiple lives to burn through. With nothing to protect, they throw themselves wildly into battle like moths to a flame. And, forget to look after what's really important. Like this little thing. With one of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up the master card key Faust showed her in one of the previous cars. Dawn, stop her now. Oh, my parent, I shall offer this gift to you. Gah. Dawn immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms dragged her away with great force. Fishmule and Mersad, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength without Dawn's fury. The Bloodfiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the key card. This is the key to the first-class cars, my lord. With this, grow your army of bloodbags to bring glory to the kingdom. No. Yeah, there's probably Charon in there. Cassetti examines the master keycard with clear interest. without the key card will be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination. Dante. I believe myself to be trying my utmost to overcome this adversity. Without access to Faust's knowledge and intelligence, however, with our loss of Master Keycard, the uncertainty of the circumstances has greatly exacerbated. At the origin of this obstacle, Faust took a deep breath, as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble. Must be my over-reliance on Faust. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, has to be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an admirable sinner, with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself, actually, that I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you're still perfect. Faust is perfect. I love my wife. You still gave us good directions to follow after analyzing the information we brought you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Thus the lack of plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself. I see. Indeed, among us, many I am Faust that believes in uncertainty. Our loss of the Master Key card is but one of innumerable uncertain variables in the equation. The constant is, however, that the Blood Fiend is just as desperate as we are. Thus the only option that remains at present is to compromise. You there, looks like thou art is one who has been regenerating your friends. Stop doing that, alright? Don't heal a single one them. Or I'll smash your precious key to pieces. Manager Esquire. Compromise? To compromise with a villain as vile as that cur. I didn't even the time to regenerate. Don's several injuries just yet, and the rest of the sinners are already unconscious. The only sinner who could still move and talk normally was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that. Very well then, Cassetti, why don't we move this conversation to a different location? Only I will accompany Dante in this negotiation. I will make my intentions clear now. Dante and I will not attack you there. There is no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must be absolutely exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don and the sinners. Fast suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must be a sweet one. Just you two, huh? Yes, the freight car is immediately adjacent to this one. That is where we will further discuss this. Discuss what we each have to offer to one another. Then, the clock must be thy monarch then, and thou art one of the retainers, correct? Well, this will be a royal debate then. It is only right that royalty talks to one another, but the one equal is his equal. Manager Esquire. Or we'll be back in a minute, done. Thus we will have the sinners and Don, who watched us with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So fast, why are we doing this in the freight car again? Dante, this will be my first attempt at the gamble. What? With that, the door closed shut behind us. And now we are doing Faust solo run.
더 일찍 의뢰로 완수했네요. 저와 파우스트의 뛰어난 능력 덕분이지만 여러분의
Negotiation.
노력도 나쁘지 않았어요.
Oh, we're on the bus. So this passage really leads straight to Mephistopheles? Or maybe we aren't. This is where it all started. This stupid was awoke me from my slumber. If only this bus hadn't completely filled up the freight car. I wasn't planning to start to operate so soon or create a kindred here. Dante? The connection has been restored. Connection? To Faust. The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my hand in confusion, and she replied with even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend. Boarding Mephistopheles has reestablished my connection to Faust. Did you know that this would work? No, and as I have stated before, this was pure incalculable gamble. Based on my own uncertain hypothesis, this success helps me somewhat comprehend Miss Rodia's fascination with gambling. Yeah, I'm also fascinated with that. That's why I played so many gacha games. A faint smile appeared on Faust's lips for a moment before fading away. Now that the connection has been re-established, I would like to make a complaint against the Gesellschaft management regarding the fact that they neglected to list the information pertaining to the loss of connection within the interiors of the warp trains. However, finding a solution to this situation takes precedence. I have much reason to believe that their omission was done on purpose. But I hope such is not the case. Faust gently advanced towards the blood fiend. Let us discuss the details of our compromise. What are you willing to accept in return for the master key card? If those were just anyone, I would have wished to turn tea into all into blood bags and drink every last drop of thy blood. But thou art unlike a common person. My wish is to maintain the secrecy, this kingdom of mine, for as long as possible, and thine wish is to leave this place, right? Once I relinquish to thee this key card, and once thou return to thy first class seats, we'll live here happily ever after like nothing happened. And when the train gets there, you get off the train, everything goes back to the way they are supposed to be. How's that for a deal? Like nothing happened. Faust, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first place? How did stuff start happening in other warp trains if this guy was only like provoked by Mephistopheles? Does that make sense? Our memory and the signs of battle will be entirely erased upon our arrival. We will have no way to relay our news. I think I might, like Dante, might retain the memory, possibly, since he retained the memory about Katy and stuff. I don't know how that works. No, I actually retained that memory because I'm somehow connected to other mirror worlds, possibly. I don't know. So that probably wouldn't work on just mind erasing tech. I don't know. If we had the means to defeat him, then at least W Corp would inform us that our contract was successful after the fact. However, this current scenario will leave us with nothing of show for, not even the smallest hint and the contract will end in failure. However, what takes precedence is over the contract is you and the sinner's physiological stability. It's not like we have always been successful, so that was something I could live with, but what about the other passengers of this train and its future passengers? Oh, maybe it was happening specifically on this train, like specifically this carriage or whatever. And yes, that's why they decided to put us on this specific train. That makes sense. Kinda, I think. I remember the look on Don's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply, yet the lack of reply was a reply all on its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet, I shan't allow this. Dawn? I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk. But with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car. I will not tolerate this. We cannot let this vile wretch live and turn blind eye to everything he's done. It's her again. What? You want to stay here for what is essentially an eternity within this train? I know the truth. Everything hinges on this key, okay? This key, okay? Key. Doesn't it? As soon as I break this in half, you'll have to spend an eons inside this. There is secret chamber in, I assume, every single one of the garages for the employees, and there's 12 of them, which is not enough for every single one of them. Us, I guess. Yeah, okay, cool. Maybe there's more than one in every carriage. I don't know what these stuffs are called. I care not. I would welcome the eons, should it mean eons of penance for thee. This much preferable to letting thy villainy go unanswered. Let this place be the site of thine eternal judgment. Faust and I grabbed Dawn. She's to normally be strong enough to wriggle free of our grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond her limits merely by walking here. Faust, unhand me. Thou mustn't let him live, Manager Esquire. Dawn, letting him destroy that key means you'll be to condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment. Then I shall fill the millennia with the tales of legend I had read in magazines. No time, however, infinite, shall be too great to overcome should we endeavor as one. Certainly you are aware that your suggestion is no solution at all, Dawn. Then there has to be another way, no? Thou art both possessors of great wisdom, Faust, Manager Squire. Is there truly no path in which we may bring justice to this villain and the sinners remain unharmed? Her struggle begins to wane, but this was no acceptance, this was dejection. Wait, Dawn, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the Bloodfiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Dawn go at the last second, but we were a second too late. Oh, my dearest parent, forgive my transgression of creating another without any thy sanction. Thou shalt become the second kindred of mine. Cassette screams incoherently as he leaps into Don Quixote's, piercing her neck with his fangs before we even had the chance to do anything. Oh, I did not expect this to be the solution. Faust, what do you mean, the solution? According to this information, I had viewed in the past, and once again just now, it's... Dante, take cover behind me and remain absolutely still. And please do note that the other sinners must never hear a word about what's to happen. Oh. Dawn levitates slightly into the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. And Rocinante. I've always had this question swelling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Why are you always so... I wasn't expecting this to lead anywhere. I thought the shoes were just a joke. So protective of these running shoes, Don. Running shoes? Ah. Dost thou speak of our dear Rocinante? Yeah, those. I have battled through thick and thin, feast and famine, with dear Rocinante, in sorrow and in joy, no matter how the brutality of trials that had struck me. It had been a loyal steed by my side for however long it had been in existence. She doesn't know when she got them? Manager Esquire. Wherefore hast thou not saluted Rocinante as well? This may be a rather auspicious occasion to do so. Nope, I think I'm good. Aha, be not so bashful. Go on ahead. Looks Stinky. Small girl is torturing TikTok with Stinky. Stinky they are not. Scuffled as they might appear, Rocinante is in pristine condition. Also, thou shalt not address me as small girl. Evacuate, evacuate. Don Quixote, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those running Rocinante. Oh, I have always been quite certain that someone so esteemed as the Adventuress would care to ask me how Rocinante fares. I didn't mention that this question was uninspired by numerous eyewitnesses report from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Rocinante. Warily, Rocinante and I remain bound together, even in slumber. There shall be no separating the two of us. We are bound not by need nor want. We are simply bound together through plight and delight. Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote was also wearing those pair of running shoes. Rocinante. This is crazy. Have you ever taken them off? Take them off? Fine. Whatever does thou mean? As in, detach Rocinante from my body? This is a very odd insinuation to make it. She looks at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pair of running shoes off was somehow an inconceivable idea. They were something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes, her odd attitude of treating something so far removed from common sense as something completely ordinary. What does Rocinante mean to Don? What even is that thing? Gunk. An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions. As the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bass, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. then darkness. No. No, that's impossible. In all absorbing darkness, voice is our only light. You are the second kindred. How did you... I should have felt your presence. Is... I do think I saw a faint outline. Is that a blood fiend? Or something? What? I see red aura and a long fur adornment of sorts. Though the shimmering aura I think I saw red eyes. You have committed the sin of filial impiety, transgressor. I know that voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it in such low, imposing tone before. It speaks towards the lesser being. The blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic. Mercy, O venerated ancestor. I beg for the mercy of the second kindred. I beg for the mercy of the second kindred. I beg, insolent worm. Gah! Crimson droplets of blood slowly rises from the blood fiend's mouth before congealing and sealing his mouth shut. No language worming its way out of your maw shall be worth my ears. Oh! Is that how he got the mask or something similar? Probably not exactly this. No. To commit the sin of filial impiety by attempting to travel against the bloodstream, to commit such abomination against your ancestor, I cannot well sanction your impudence of continued existence. Coagulate, then melt away. Cassetti's body begins liquidifying into a slick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. Rapidly yet ponderously, like that ice cream Don loved so much, melting away on the floor heated under the searing sun. Ah, you. Don't turn to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something. Indeed. You must be the promised timepiece. Something I couldn't quite understand. Rocinante to me. Rocinante, I beseech you. I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them onto her bare foot one by one. Ah, one day, she gasped, stumbled, and slumped into the ground. Okay. That's something. That's something for sure. Cool. Uncertainty. Sometime later. Can somebody explain what just happened? In a way that makes sense? I knew that the listeners would all be shocked and confused. After all, when they... Well, Faust knows about this. But Faust knows a lot of things. Well, that's interesting. After all, when they, including Faust and Dawn, all came back to life after I rewound the clock, all that remained was the destroyed door to a freight car and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti. Most personnel has lost their consciousness from the mental stress of the prolonged battle against the Blood Fiend. Whatever measures it was that the manager has taken, it can be said it was appropriate. I guess so. Well, good work, everyone. However, the definition of most personnel excludes 3 individuals, therefore it would be most appropriate to direct any questions to them. Wait. Who are those 3? Faust, the manager, and Don, who is still unconscious. Huh? Really? The 3 of you? Wow, you were spot on, haha. When did you even have the time to notice that? Oh boy. I have identified the 3 conscious individuals by analyzing their waking cadence and voices moments before my loss of consciousness. Right, so what's going on with the lass? Why is she still out cold? She appears to be in a state of deep slumber, as she is not at the risk of death. She will be waking up soon. I remember everything, of course. Don't sudden transformation. How she practically erased the Blood Fiend and the kindred from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last words. And please do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what's about to happen. Ben was unconscious and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that their eyes would all fall on me. That's, Don Scanto is in 2 months. I think this will be interesting. I wonder if in the book I will reach something even slightly close to being a Blood Fiend. That's, Wait, that reminds me. Where's the keycard? Last I remember, it was in Cassetti's hands, who is in a far more presentable state than he was before. Wait, so what about the keycard he was holding, though? It has been half liquefied. The remains have melted with his finger bones. It appears to have become one with the middle phalanges. Wait, oh. Oh no, everyone calm down, calm down. I said calm down. I really should have packed more cigarettes, huh? How about we force one of those doors open? The master key card is not an absolutely necessary element to resolving the situation. Well, how? I will require approximately 5 hours to formulate and proceed with an explanation in a manner that will allow the sinners to fully comprehend the exact how to this methodology. Therefore, it will be delivered to you in digestible, summarized format. Well, that was a short-lived. She's acting all smug again. We can utilize the back doors of Mephistopheles. The steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So we headed to the corridor past the back doors. Don Quixote slunk over one of the shoulders and arrived at the destination. I can't not ask what happened after seeing the state you're all in. Sandy, bitter, sandy, better. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took. Someone after me. To explicate, I can't. Grain of central about in my throat with every word spoken. Some time ago. Faust explained the simple gist of the plan as we made our way to the back door. To put it simply, we will spend the time at the space disconnected from the train. The train should be arriving at its destination in approximately 10 seconds going by 10 corps timescale. All we must do is to remain somewhere in our original dimension for the duration. Right. That makes sense. Kinda. And with that, Faust came to sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors. Wait. Are you seriously gonna just open that door? With this many doors we have, are you sure that it's the one right? It's the right one? Yes, this is the correct door. Its safety is completely ensured. Lass, at least tell us what's past the door. I did not bother verifying that particular information myself. It is necessary for future endeavors that I gained the experience of encountering something completely unexpected. What? Oi, what? Wait. Faust did not want wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open. Now please enter through this door. With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into a building that looked like a derelict, abandoned hospital of sorts. I think we walked into the middle of a sandstorm. Huh? Aren't we supposed to be indoors? How the heck is this even happening? I cannot open my eyes. Dewey, I got sand in my mouth. Ah, wait, no way. Is this sandstorm? But aren't we inside the building? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sinners blurted out, called for a series of complaints trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Faust continued to count in the same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she had dragged us in. So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interior of the warp train as it arrived at the P-Corp platforms. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is, and with our bodies completely covered in sand. So, I thought we'd never make it. Whoa, you guys okay? How did these passengers were so happy we were done with this whole ordeal that even the W Corp cleanup agents in the middle of the cleanup mission looked downright hospitable. We are employees of Limbus Company. We boarded the warp train at the behest of your employer. Oh, so you guys are the people that our captain told us about. They will let you guys keep your memories, huh? Oh, that reminds me. One of the employees must be sleeping inside that hibernation bot over there. Oh, that, huh? I've never seen it in action before. Thanks, let me go check. That hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into. Inside it was... Huh? There isn't anyone in here. Maybe we're looking at the wrong spot? This is the correct spot. Then the disappearance of the individual who has entered the pod would indicate. I guess these folks aren't all there in the head either. Maybe you guys are just mistaken? I doubt that. Yes, we must have suffered from a momentary collective hallucination by fatigue. Momentary collective hallucination caused by fatigue. Very well, then we will see ourselves out. Post cut the conversation so short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her to the outside without another word. Have we arrived? This looks cool, the background here. I like it. Rise and shine, lass. Had enough nap yet? I see. I will hear the details of the incident on the bus once we are traveling again. Understood. And any and all relevant reports will be sent to W Corp via LCCA and Virgilius was already there when we arrived. He was sharing conversation with Faust about what went down inside the train with a serious expression. I will now leave the Charon and watch them unfasten Mephistopheles from the train. With Charon. The minute hand on the manager's head seems to be desperately signaling me that they have a lot of burning questions to ask you. Allow me to give you some space. I was finally able to ask Faust once Vergilius left. Why did you do that? Faust's body was quite literally blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. It was as though she knew that it was going to happen, because it was the preferable course of action of having the same explosive demise occur to your body instead. I do find it regrettable that you were made to turn the clock despite my knowledge of the high likelihood of my death upon that occurrence. No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you have known that Don is... That is something I have been aware of since the LCB was first established. The same could be said of Vergilius. I always pronounce his name differently, every single time. Or just sometimes, of course. However, it was by the will of the LCA's superiors that this knowledge remains withheld from the manager until the appropriate moment. And that appropriate moment was back there? According to my private judgment, yes. Well, as my connection to all communications, included one to Faust, had been severed, I was not in a position to receive the headquarters authorization for that action. Right. Though the full truth may remain obscured still, we are all once again returned. Returned, that was a layered word. We have returned to one of the warp platforms in our own dimension. We have returned to our daily lives of speculating about what's next in our path, and the usual Faust reconnected to Faust has returned. Yes. Faust replied to Isang's nebulous wording with a quiet affirmation. Please do not take this query with any greater import than a mere jest, however. Do you suppose I shall see her again? She shot a puzzled look at Isang. In a way, it was quite a pleasant encounter, was it not? Isang mused ambiguously before leaving us. What? Pew. The incident in the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was, but I also learned so much about so many things. But it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P-Corp, so I decided to enjoy the momentary peace. How do we find ourselves at P-Corp? Wherefore is my throat so parched? I'm too tired to explain. Chiquita? Chiquita? I definitely heard he say this before. Yeah, missed out big time on one crazy adventure. Huh? Does she doesn't remember, huh? That vibrated the last few grains of the sand out of my ears. Listeners look at Don's bewildered awakening, grinning. There's no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P-Corp was located, but we got this, right? The same fate I saw in the Faust who believes in uncertainty rises within me too. I looked up to Faust, only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual, barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden bow. Okay. Interesting. Quite interesting. Huh. I think that was quite interesting. Well, that was quite interesting. Let me equip it. Doesn't really work with this Faust too much. I do like the... Well, the effect is nice though. The effect is quite nice. But this just looks so great with the time killing them. Oh, this. Doesn't it? It looks great, in my opinion. I guess I'll get even this. Border 2. I like this. This looks good. Alright, well, that will be it for today. I kind of mentioned it earlier, but no streams at the very least until Tuesday. And on Tuesday, I'm not too sure about the stream, and then I can't stream for another 2 days. And by I can't, I mean, I just have, like, you know, a shift that doesn't really allow it. But then I have a night shift and I will do a stream, and that's cool. And I will most likely play more Library of Ruina. I did already order the new computer I was talking about for some time, so I will also play some cool games on that, like Elden Ring, which I'm quite excited about. But I do want to finish Library of Ruina before the solo run, which might take quite a lot of time still. Most likely will. So yeah, oh, by the way, with the solo Library of Ruina, I did the research, and it is possible to kill Philip, but I'm not doing that because the chances are incredibly small. And with that, I mean, it's basically impossible without RNG manipulation. So I'll just cheat and use 2 characters. One of them will be, you know, just like, well, you'll see when I actually do it. But yeah, just information. I did actually looked at some stuff, and actually I saw a video that's like a week old, probably not even a week old, so that's convenient timing, but it's practically impossible. Alright, that will be it for today. And yeah, thank you guys for stopping by, and bye.